Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa you look at you. And the Igaya. Mama say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mu jelumba. O we butike. Aga ni lu de butilo wa nemo. Ata ga wa ke ya.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún èyẹ, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pa Díṣàgbàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn.
Orin àyájọ́ ni, wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba, ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Ejembo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejembo, Anamu, Paratuba dodiri chukuma dukutuba dodiri ndimo, Eguma wego. Para tuba dodiri tukuma duku tuba dodiri ndi mmụọ. Obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo
It is a free one. Be free. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here we go. So there it is right there. Here I am, right where I am. There you are, wherever you are. And you know what that makes? That means here we are. So here we are. Here we go. Another day, another session. But this one now, a long session that cuts through about 4 days because, of course, we're on the throes of the Easter period. So Good Friday tomorrow, of course, and then Easter Monday the following just after the weekend. So a long weekend. Hopefully you spend it with your favorite man from Oyo Alaafin, one man went to Mo. So all that. The usual protocol. So I'm just doing something here. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as I noticed that some people are actually clicking on the like button even before the session starts. So more of that to be encouraged. And if you have not already done that, do that to be part of what's going on here. So click on the like button. Click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that. Click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us. So all of those wonderful things. So those things add to the YouTube algorithm and it helps propel us up the chart. You know, we are moving at a slow pace. So no complaints, by the way. I delight more in the conversation than anything else. But of course, you want to see an evolution of the space. So if you do want to see the place evolve, then sorry, let me just do something quickly. If you do want to see the place evolve, then that evolution is necessarily wrapped around doing all those things. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all of those things. Let me set this to the background. Something is about to pop up now, which is not needed on the screen at the moment. So yes. So do all of those things. And then of course, maybe I shouldn't even be pushing you too hard towards the super chat. But if you feel inclined, then do it. I was going to start pushing the narrative of 5 super chats every session, which I don't think is unreasonable. But maybe I should abandon that. But if you feel inclined to do as I may not abandon it because it is really just the acknowledgement of the effort. That's more it than anything else. So I don't think it's beyond the realms of being reasonable to have the expectation of at least a minimum of 5 super chats per session. And Olatunbo, pardon me, and Olatunbo has set us on the path to all that. So Bosun sets us to the path to all that. So thank you, Bosun, for that. So
let's just kick it off. I'm starting to fumble at the mouth. The session not even started yet. So plenty to go through. When it's to go through. So let's just bring up a lot of this I'll just read out as headlines. Some of them I'll read the body of the talking points, and then the conversation involves. As ever, about 2 people in the studio already, so more people needed in the studio for the conversation to take place. So hopefully by the end of the readout, the room is populated. Pardon me. Hopefully by the end of the readout, the room is populated that even much more. So let's kick it off with this one. I wish Tinubu long life so Nigerians can benefit from his excellent leadership. So this is Malam Buhari speaking to the political space. So that's Malam Buhari speaking to the political space, and it's been somewhat quiet. We hear from him only every now and then, and he doesn't really say or do anything that interferes with the sitting government, unlike people like Obasanjo, of course, who in his own mind has not yet even left Aso Rock since 1999. I wish Tinubu long life so Nigerians can benefit from his excellent leadership. Ex-President Buhari, Tinubu, of course, marking his 72nd birthday. But then, of course, if you are east of the Niger, it's probably his 98th birthday, according to the obedience. But officially, by record of his birth, his 72nd birthday. The immediate past Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari has celebrated President Bola Tinubu on his 72nd birthday anniversary, saying God will preserve Tinubu for long so that Nigerians can continue to enjoy his leadership. So I mean, well, fair enough. These are just fair comments, really. Not much to read, or there's not much. There's nothing political in this. It's just, they love the word felicitation in Nigeria. So it's felicitation. We call it greeting in every other normal space, but they like the word felicitation. So let's call it the Nigerian. So it's essentially just felicitation. Buhari spoke via a statement. Buhari spoke, let's do the Italian over again. The immediate past Nigerian President Muhammadu Buhari has celebrated President Bola Tinubu on his 72nd birthday anniversary, saying God will preserve Tinubu for long so that Nigeria can continue to enjoy his leadership. Buhari spoke via a statement issued on Thursday, March the 28th, by his spokesperson Malam Garba Shehu. The statement reads, former President Muhammadu Buhari extends birthday greetings to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, wishing him good health and long life in order for the country to continue to benefit from its excellent leadership. In a message to mark his 72nd birthday, of the president, Muhammadu Buhari commended Asiwaju Bola Tinubu for making sustained efforts to overcome the many problems of the country, whilst wishing him many happy returns of the day. So many happy returns of the day as the president turns 72. But Buhari will be forever grateful for Tinubu, that Tinubu is the person that's actually coming to clean up his mess, because Buhari left quite a mess in that space. If anybody else if Atiku had come in, the country would have just collapsed, because I don't think he has the mental acuity. Of course, let's not even mention Peter Obi, because we don't want to start on that footing. But if anybody outside of Tinubu had come in, the way the country was left at death's door by Buhari, both by intention, but more to it by the lacking of capacity. What Buhari was completely demythified over the last 8 years. What we've come to realize, which is what we've always known, what we've come to realize is that Buhari is actually what he's always been. He's just a military man, and he offers nothing else outside of that. And much to our pain, we saw that play out in the last 8 years or so. So back to it. So that's just birthday greetings for the former president to the sitting one. So there it is right there. Thank you for clearing up my mess, essentially what he's saying. So this now next headline, this has been making the news cycle over the last 24 hours or so. So now let me set the backdrop. So picture the scene. So somebody on a wheelchair then makes their way to their local fast food restaurant to avail themselves a meal. So that's fair enough, but that is not fair enough if it's in Nigeria. KFC, I'm not sharing it on the screen. Let me share it. KFC apologizes to Gbenga Daniel's son over discriminatory treatment. So this is the narrative of our Gbenga Daniel's son, who is on a wheelchair, making his way to wherever he's making his way to, at the airport, wants to have himself a quick snack, and then, of course, the yawa ensued. So quickly to this. Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC Nigeria, Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC Nigeria, an international fast food restaurant chain, has issued an apology to Adebola Daniel, son of Gbenga Daniel, former governor of Ogun State, over discriminatory treatment. In a statement on its Twitter handle on Thursday, the fast food chain expressed deep regret for the distressed experience by the customer and pledged swift action to address the issue. On March the 27th, Daniel posted on his official Twitter page about his experience at the KFC outlet at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport branch. According to Daniel, the restaurant stopped him and his family from entering, stating that no wheelchairs were allowed. So that is now that. Imagine that. It's just imagine that. No, and if it wasn't Gbenga's Daniel's son, imagine the devastation of that. Anyway. Following his statement, and what we're seeing now is a government that works. If this happened under the Buhari space, of course, it wouldn't even make the news. But this makes the news now, and swift actions taken. Following his statement, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAAN, on March the 28th, said it had shut down KFC over discrimination against Daniel. FAAN instructed KFC management to tender an unreserved apology in writing to Daniel and a policy statement of non-discrimination to be written and pasted conspicuously on its door at the MMA before he resumed operations. Reacting to the accusation, KFC reiterated its commitment to opposing bias or discrimination in any shape or form, with inclusivity and respect as fundamental principles of its values. So it says, pardon me. So I just snorted like a piglet there. Just KFC is unwavering in our stance against bias and discrimination in any form, with inclusivity and respect as non-negotiable pillars of our values. So it is very easy for all of this. It is very easy for all of these organizations to put out all of these well-worded mission statements, but the practice of it, of course, in total contrast to that. It says that KFC is unwavering in our stance against bias and discrimination in any form, with inclusivity and respect as non-negotiable pillars of our values, the company said. However, this recent incident has underscored the pressing need for immediate action. We have embarked on efforts to address the situation. We deeply regret the frustration and distress experienced by our guests and extend sincere apologies to those affected. So it says that in response, we are urgently implementing inclusion training for all our employees. This incident is not reflective of our standards, and we will act swiftly to rectify. So that's essentially what's going on there. But if it had not happened to Gbenga Daniel's son, I wonder what the outcome would have been. So let's go on swiftly from there to another space. So let's go to the headline piece. This is Allen Oyema wanting to cause trouble within the political space. It says earning 200,000. Pardon me. It says earning 200,000 monthly in Nigeria, better than £2,000 in London. says Alan Oyema. And anybody that lives in London would not present too much of an argument against this. Because, of course, the usual argument is, but then in London, did they not have security? That's not really what he's talking about. Alan Oyema, Airpeace Chief Executive Officer, says he believes any Nigerian earning 200,000 naira monthly is better than someone earning 2,000 pounds in London. Oyema spoke in an interview on TVC on Wednesday, whilst giving his opinion on the need for Nigerians to have confidence in the national currency. He also made reference to Olayemi Cardoso's claim that the naira is undervalued. I support what Mr. Cardoso said. Mr. Cardoso once said that the whole thing is artificial and that the naira has more value than is being projected. And I believe him. Oyema said, go to London. If you earn 2,000 pounds a month in London, if you earn 2,000 pounds a month in London, you cannot afford rent. So we can start it from there. If you earn 2,000 pounds in London, you cannot afford food. You pay council. Anyway, he's writing what he's saying. Go to London. If you earn 2,000 pounds a month in London, you are a pauper, because what the 2,000 naira can afford you is like 2,000. What the 2,000 pounds can afford you is like 2,000 naira, because a Nigerian will sit down here and calculate 2,000 to a pound and think he can have like 4 million naira. The person earning 200,000 naira in Nigeria is better. So this is where he starts to lose it. This is the next thing that is said then is telling you then of somebody that is has been privileged for so long that is completely removed from the lived experience of the average person. This is what he said. It says the person earning 200,000 naira in Nigeria is better. You can afford to have a maid. You can have a driver. So I don't think you can have a maid or a driver on 200,000 naira in Nigeria. Apologies, Mr. Oyema, but no, not really, no. But there is, but he is a multi-billionaire in dollars, of course, so he cannot really speak. It doesn't, even his driver lives a better life than probably the average banker. It says a person earning 200,000 naira in 200,000 naira, that's per month, by the way. The person earning 200,000 naira in Nigeria is better. You can have a maid, you can have a driver. I'm not quite sure if you can even have a car, never mind having a driver. What I am trying to say is we should stop stigmatizing our country. We must love our country. We must fight for it and must support private investment. Speaking further on government support, Oyema said airlines need unconstrained access to dollars, adding that the government needs to do more. We need the government to, so it goes on to its industry space, but it is especially that comment there that you are better off with 200,000 naira in Nigeria monthly than 2,000 pounds in London monthly. That is a space I wanted to explore, because I absolutely categorically agree with him on that one. So absolutely categorically agree with him on that one. Court discharges Adoke, Abubakar 5 orders over Malabu oil deal. So this guy now that's been chased around the world, it looks as though they've cut him loose. Only 2 paragraphs from this. A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, in Jabi has discharged former Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, Mohammed Adeko, and 6 others charged with alleged fraudulent conduct in handling the controversial oil prospecting license, popularly referred to as Malabu oil deal. Adeko was charged with a businessman, Aliyu Abubakar, Raski Ginigwe, Malabu Oil and Gas Limited, Nigerian Ajib, Shell Nigeria, etc., etc. So quite a lot of people charged, but what's the basis of the release? Justice Abubakar Katigi, in a ruling on Thursday, upheld the no case submission made by all the defendants. Justice Kadiki held that the prosecuting agency, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, failed to establish a prima facie case against the defendants to warrant them being called upon to enter their defense. So the EFCC could not even cobble together sufficient enough for these people to make a cut as barbarian. So that's another one that's another $10 billion right there that is gone, never to be seen again. About 3-4 more. I'll try and rush through it. A lot of it headlines, most of it just a few paragraphs. A few paragraphs actually tells us sufficient enough to build conversations around. So let's go on to this one. That's no surprise to anyone. This has always been the expectation of that space. Nigeria's Dangote oil. This is from Reuters, by the way. So this is the international space speaking to the impact of what Dangote petrochemical refinery will have on the international space. Nigeria's Dangote oil refinery could accelerate European sector's decline. So here it is. You had this expectation because a lot of those European, a lot of, and even some Asian ones as well, a lot of them are geared almost entirely towards exporting oil to Nigeria. So as soon as Dangote comes on stream, of course, Nigeria's giant Dangote oil refinery could bring Nigeria's giant Dangote oil refinery could bring to an end a decades-long gasoline trade from Europe to Africa, worth $17 billion a year, heaping pressure on European refineries already at risk of closure. Let's do that entirely again. Nigeria's giant Dangote oil refinery could bring to an end a decades-long gasoline trade from Europe to Africa, worth $17 billion a year, heaping pressure on European refineries already at risk of closure from heightened competition, analysts and traders said. The refinery started production in January and cost $20 billion to build. It can refine up to 650,000 barrels per day, and will be the largest in Africa and Europe when it reaches full capacity this or next year. So essentially, Dangote coming on stream marks the end for so many of these European spaces. Onto this one, breaking CBN introduces 500 billion to 100 billion minimum capital base for banks. So I think that's a story we've been tracking. So that's the latest development there. Delta bloodbath. Monarch varsity lecturers among wanted lists. So I think that Monarch has actually come out into the media space to distance himself from any involvement. Daily FX turnover jumped to record $857 million as Naira gains momentum. So this is the turnaround that Tinubu promised, and it looks as though it's a short read. So let's go through this one. The daily forex turnover surged to $857 million on Thursday, March the 28th, marking the highest level since the central bank implemented its new forex policies. This is also the largest turnover since 2021, according to Nairametrics record, with the closest figure being $760 million on June the 2nd, 2022. The average daily forex turnover recorded in March has been around $220 million, whilst this year we have seen $177 million in daily average for forex turnover. Why this matters? Forex turnover is a critical metric in the financial world, as it represents the total value of all foreign exchange transactions completed within a specific time frame, providing insight into the liquidity and vibrancy of the forex market. High turnover rates indicate a highly active market with numerous participants engaging in buying and selling currencies, which can signal investor confidence and economic stability. Meanwhile, the exchange rate on the official market weakened slightly to 1,309 to the dollar on close of trading, compared to 1,300 to the dollar recorded a day earlier. However, it still falls within the eight-week low for the naira as it continues to gain strength against the dollar. So there it is right there. The party is over all of these people that have been anticipating that Tinubu will collapse the economy. You know, we are now seeing the true value of the Nigerian economy is essentially what we're seeing now. So I think that's sufficient enough of the readouts. Let me play you the Kegite music, bring the panelist on, and then the conversation ensues. First, the Kegites. Sorry, just looking for it now. I should always have it to... yeah, there it is.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Àmín ẹ̀ pọ̀. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us are from Saudi, BQB, so making one of his occasional appearances. Regular as clockwork, our father of the bride, Ajane Koko, right there. Not Oba of San Diego anymore, now man of prestige, there he is right there. And of course, the knowledgeable bishop in the house as well. So already set up to be a banging session in the offing. Still plenty of spaces, by the way. Anybody that wants to hop on like a rabbit, hop. So anybody that wants to hop on, hop like a rabbit. So hopping like a rabbit now to it. Let's kick it off with BQB. BQB, you're up first. BQB, are you too busy toasting people in the comments? See, Joma is not there yet now, so no toasting. BQB.
Yeah, hello.
Afa, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Well, how body? There you are audible.
Am I okay?
Yeah, no, you are quite crisp and clear. Yeah, that's good.
I'm coping, Omar.
All right. Do you want me to run you through the list, or do you want to kick it off with something that you especially want to speak to?
Yes. Let me just start from Alan Oyema's comment.
Yes. Yes, I agree with him, by the way, but let's hear what you think. But carry on here.
Yes, I also agree with what he says, but you know, most of these kind of comments are usually taken out of context by especially the abroadarian, those Nigerians living in abroad. Why I say that is that there was a comment by Remi Tinubu that people are taking jobs that they would not ordinarily do. They are taking it abroad. I know that comment. That comment generated a lot of controversies. which, if you look at that, the statement the first lady made is actually true based on that statement. So it's not like if you now say somebody is driving a car in UK or US, it's not like you are downgrading or you are degrading the person. It's just telling you that that same person, it's just the circumstances there that made the person to take up. That same person in Nigeria would not ordinarily take up that kind of job, which is what the first lady was saying. But on the platform, she was roasted and abused and harassed and called all sort of names, and because of that same statement. So I expect some people to come for Allen Oyema, because the man was actually pushing for nationalism, being Nigeria. That was how the discussion led to him making the point. You know,
Did you watch the interview?
absolutely. I watched it from the beginning to the end.
Right.
The interview was based on his plan to start. I think it's on the 30th now. Lagos to
Lagos London route, yes.
Gatwick, Lagos London Gatwick Airport. So he was talking about the politics generally in the aviation sector, the fact that they need more support. He has been on this Lagos to London thing for a long time, that some people in the industry are actually against him. Of course, anytime an Igbo man is speaking, the issue of this marginalization will always come in. That possibly because he's an Igbo man, people are denying him so many things that he's supposed to be doing. That
He did say in
Nigerians,
that interview that government officials even tried to sabotage him for a long time during the Buhari.
absolutely, absolutely. He mentioned so many examples. He said there was a land maintenance stuff that they didn't get, that he has applied for so many years, that if they had granted him that stuff, he will have even saved the country. So he's linking every denier, everything that was denied him, to that is going to benefit the country in a way. But what me, I always want to not agree with him. I've seen him come out on the now TV for so many interviews. It's always this rhetorics of ethnicity, that so. That was why I was looking at it, that other airlines run by the
It doesn't strike me as
northerners.
somebody that makes ethnic excuses, though. But maybe I don't listen to him enough.
No, you don't listen. Maybe you don't listen. Search his interview regularly. You will always see that kind of connotation, that he was denied because of something. So he's not giving examples of maybe because Asman Air is owned by northerners, so they have some benefits. He is only mentioning that he was denied because of this reason. That is why he was denied. So he's always going to mention issue around nationalism, that I love Nigeria. That was why I established this business in Nigeria. When there was crisis in Russia, I used my plane to bring Nigerian back. When there was crisis in Sudan, I used my plane to bring Nigerian back. So he's always reminding us of the fact that he loved the country very well. So nobody should treat him as just somebody from the East. That we shouldn't see Airpeace as a regional, as Allen Oyema's business. That we should see Airpeace as
an Eastern entity, Abi. We shouldn't say it as an Eastern. But the Easterners will not let you know. They are always claiming him that look at an example of our own. The Easterners will not let him be Nigerians now.
Of course, now some even say that he wants to be too. He's trying to prove to be too Nigerian. That if he says he wants to contest for president now, that they will tell him that it's from the East, that an Easterner don't become president. All those narratives. If you are doing business, if you are doing well, there's no problem. But if you have any other challenges, it's usually because I'm from the East. That is not true. Because even all of us that are not from the East, it's still the same Nigerian issue that happens to everybody, whether you are Northerner or Westerner. So I don't understand anything that we get by being a Westerner or Northerner that somebody from the East don't get. If you know, Doctor, if you know one man, you can tell me. I don't know if people in the West, there is one advantage that they get from the Nigerian space that every other person don't get. In fact, federal allocation based on even I was watching the allocation in very recent months. People stayed in the south because of maybe possibly oil derivation. They even earn more. They earn more money than some states. State like Akwa Ibom, Delta, they earn almost times 3 or times 4 of the allocation of state like Ogun State, or even so many states in the north. So if you look at so somebody from there too, from South, will still feel that Nigerian state is still not doing the right thing to them. They still feel maybe marginalized or denied or something. I think it's that feeling that is being passed from generation to generation and it's not being treated. So basically,
all right. To the substance of what he's saying
to the
here,
substance
that
of what he says,
earning 200,000 naira in
yes,
Nigeria
now,
is better
coming
than
back
2,000 here.
Yeah, so coming back to that substance, it was practically pushing nationalism. Nigerians are losing so much of our expertise to abroad. They are in US, they are in Canada, they are in Kiniko. That people should be able to stay in the country. So that was at that point he mentioned that if you earn 200,000 naira in Nigeria, you can live a more better life than somebody earning. But if you look at it generally, just like you've highlighted when you listed that you can't rent an apartment, you can't. It's just basic fact. If you live in some places in Nigeria with 200,000 naira, I mean, one man you can have a driver and housemaid. How much is housemaid every month?
Your system is breaking somewhat, but you know the mistake people make is that they do the conversion and then they spend that money in Nigeria rather than in the UK. So they said, 2,000 naira, that's 4 million naira now.
2,000
But
pounds.
you are not spending, 2,000 pounds, that's 4 million naira now. I can live like a king on 4 million, but you are not living in Nigeria on 2,000, so go and live with, you can't rent in London. It is right. Anybody earning 2,000 pounds living in London, you will live like a pauper. You will live like you can't afford anything.
Yeah, I agree with him. Just like I said earlier. Is it clear now?
It's clearer now. Carry on.
So I agree with him, just like what he said. So anybody that disagree with him can, of course, push his own supporting claim also. The indices are very clear. Even if you stay in outside Lagos, I'm even talking about the West. If you stay in Ogun State, if you stay in Oyo State, if you stay in Osun State, 200,000 is a lot of money. How much is a 3-bedroom apartment in a year in some of those places? you will have so much money. But if you now want to look at it the other way around, that most of everything that we do in Nigeria, we want quality. If you now said you want to go to an average private school, go to a quality hospital, you might say it's not enough. But if you compare it based on an average earnings,
no. You can't. Sorry, BKB. You can't make that comparison. You have to compare like for like, because if you are earning 2,000 naira in 2,000 pounds in London, you cannot afford all of the things. Yes, you can't afford private education. You can't afford anything now because your rent is already 1,000 something. So you are really left for a lot of those people, they end up on their credit card within 10 days of being paid. They end up on their credit card, and then the next month the credit card takes the payment back. You leave. That's the life. 2,000 pounds. I mean,
I agree. Even most people making videos of at the end of the day, when they receive their alerts in UK or America, by the time they pay all their bills, it's
Can I
finishes.
interject?
They are not even staying in, most of them are not even in UK, are not even in London, rather. So now
BKB, can I
imagine
interject 1 minute?
somebody in London. So many people in London had to
One
move
man,
to
can you hear me?
other.
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear Janle Koko BKB?
BKB.
Yes, I'm with you, sir. Baba.
Okay. I think I want to disagree with both of you, both of you and one man.
I was expecting that. Most people abroad usually disagree with those kind of statements. So I know most people, yes. If you let me just make this point. In fact, they were abusing First Lady when he made that statement that Nigerians will not ordinarily, they will take up a job they will not ordinarily do. That statement is true. But they were now praising cab driver, so that he was derogating. That's not the point. The point, Baba, is that statement he made is what we look at. Nigeria will ordinarily take up a job they will never do in the country. Simple. You can now explain it.
Let me say this.
Yes.
You see, you are one man.
Yeah.
I disagree with both of you.
Okay,
You see,
sir.
I had a new name that you have given us now. You give us Abrorarian, or how do you call us?
Abrodarian, yes, Abrodarian. They always disagree with statements somebody made in Nigeria. I've always observed that. They're always going to say it's not, what is he saying? Yes.
Okay, Abrorarian. So if we are comparing the two, I think Oyema is wrong. If you want to compare the two, then you have to put the standard of living to it. So if you want to put the standard of, you want to compare the standard of living of both of them, say in terms of education, if somebody that is earning $2,000, I mean pounds, in London, whose child or children attending public school in London, that public school in London is better than most of your private school in Nigeria. So if you want to put it on that scale, that Nigeria, that person earning 200,000 as attending the same school of the same standard in Nigeria, that 200,000 is not enough.
But would the person even be able to afford to stay in London with £2,000? That's where the point starts from first. To even go to public school. That's what he's saying. Would the person even be able to stay in London, to have kids, to be married on £2,000, to even have kids?
Yes, BQB. I don't think Adan Koko is getting it. He's not saying that he's not saying the quality of life in Lagos is better than the quality of life in London. No,
but he's talking about everything he's saying. He's talking about quality and standard of living. He's saying that if you earn 200,000 in Nigeria, you will live better than who is making
relative. Hold on. Sorry, BQB. Let me just relative to the circumstances, the relative to how life is lived in Nigeria, and somebody on 200,000 naira would live better than somebody on £2,000 in London, relative to how life is lived in London. It's not the relative is what is about. Sorry,
let's talk about fact. Let's talk about fact, one man. Let's break it down. Accommodation. Babajale. So accommodation. Let's compare those two. So if a person on £2,000, which kind of accommodation would he live in UK? Because I know you quickly mentioned school.
Anybody living on £2,000 will either live in a shared economy. They call it a bed seat. So you either live in a bed, which is a miserable form of living.
What quality is
and still about
having a bed space and sharing accommodation with people that I don't know. What quality is in that one? Because you said the quality. What quality?
Well, look, like I compare the education now. The education,
but let's look at accommodation.
On the area for education, the children of that guy in London, we attend quality education than that of Nigeria.
Better quality school.
So if you want to,
if you want your children to attain that kind of standards of education, public education in London, then you have to pay heavily for it. You have to take your children to private school, and that 200,000 won't be enough for you to pay for the school fees. Talking about feeding, talking about transportation.
Let me disagree. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me disagree with that education as well. The education, if you're on that sort of wage bracket, then you will almost certainly live in a ghettoized sort of area. And in those ghettoized sort of areas, the quality of education is not of the standard that it will be poor. It will be poor now.
All those guys that will be smoking, that will be drinking there, that can kill somebody with knife. Is it not London?
And let me tell you this, one man. That person that is making $2,000 in London possibly might be on public assistance. He's going to be getting some food assistance and some other assistance from the government. And he's going to live a quality life. Better than that of Nigerian guys live any 200,000 that will not get anything from the government. And he gets free health care services in London. He's still going to live better life in London than you in Nigeria. So when the
only thing that he will get better is health services, which is probably the only thing I'll concede. But somebody on £2,000 will not get government assistance because they do this thing they call means testing. So they're not. If your life is better than somebody on social welfare, which £2,000 will put you in a life better than somebody on social welfare, then you're unlikely to get any form of government assistance.
And then when it comes to even accommodation, that person making $2,000 might even apply for government house in London, which is possible for that person to get. So live
in 10 years' time, there's a 10-year waiting list for that. There's a 10-year waiting list for that.
Yeah, thank God one
so
man.
In Nigeria, you can't get it. So what are you guys talking about?
Mr. Ajale Koko, I was in Manchester. I saw all those government houses. They are not what I can pray for my enemy to live in. Those areas are not. I was in Manchester. I saw those same government houses they are saying. They are just in Manchester. But I saw
see how it smelled of peace?
Yes,
did you see how it smelled of peace?
If you see smelling, if you see the refuse around, if you see that place, even my enemy cannot live there. So which quality are you talking about in those places? Even if you get the government support in accommodation, they are not a place that you can stay.
Okay,
so it's not,
the person making 200,000 in Nigeria, which area could he live in Lagos? Hold on. Which area could that person live in Lagos? Tell me.
He can still live in Alimosho.
He can live in Ikeja.
We have a standard nice two-bedroom apartment. How much is two-bedroom?
How much is two-bedroom apartment in
Alimosho? You can get it 600,000, 500,000. Yes, now very good one. More than that one I saw in Manchester.
One man. I see
that. I mean, government. It's not a comparative. You can't compare.
Sorry.
No, that place is not.
I don't know.
Nobody can live.
I don't know who is speaking. I'm not even speaking of Alimosho. I just want to chip in this. Okay. I know places in Ibadan where you pay 4,000, where you pay 3,500 per room. A good standard room that has toilets. So 2 room and a parlor is 7,000 today, not yesterday, not last year.
How much is going to be?
So just calculate 35,000, 45,000 naira per room per annum. So 70,000 per room per year. I would know. I'm not saying of where somebody is telling me. This is where I can. And there are schools in that vicinities that you can go.
No. Bishop is taking it for a different dimension, which is totally, which is not in line with what. We are even comparing. It's not in line. It's not what you are saying, Bishop. What you are saying, Bishop, is not in line.
You have to compare London with Lagos. You have to compare London to Lagos.
No, hold on.
You can't go to Ibadan.
No, hold on. Let me finish. I got that one very clearly. No. I'm not saying London. I'm saying United Kingdom, because even what
No, he didn't
hold
say
on,
United Kingdom.
let's have a conversation, please. What the
No,
gentleman
you are
was
taking
saying,
it
he
to a
was very
different dimension,
no.
which
Hold
is
on
not
now, no. The
in line with
gentleman,
what we are talking about.
coming. Go back to what I was listening to you. What the gentleman said outside London. I'm not saying United Kingdom is not London. So it is because he said outside London, and he was using other places like Manchester and the rest that I'm using. So I'm not using London. Because the truth of the matter is this. Look, if you are using London and you are using $2,000, that is a mirage. It's just like you are saying 2,000. I mean 2,000. You are saying $2,000 and somebody's living in New York.
In New York.
The reality is that if you are living with $2,000 in Alabama, it is equivalent of somebody living with $8,000 in New York. So if you are using London, so it's because he said outside London, and I want to be very specific. It's because he was making reference to outside London. I'm saying, okay,
the reason why I mentioned outside London,
the idea of living in London. Sorry, sir. In 1 second.
Okay.
The idea of living in London and surviving on £2,000 is a mirage.
Baba is not saying
How much is a studio apartment in London?
Baba is saying somebody on that
so sorry, forget studio apartment.
We're not talking about, it's just comparison. It's comparison that we are saying that somebody on that £2,000 will live a better quality life than somebody on 200K.
Let's get the definition of standard of living.
So that's what Baba is saying.
Baba
has mentioned education already. Baba is justifying also that you can get a government accommodation in London. I said no. The government accommodation I saw in Manchester, in certain UK, is not what I can pay for my enemy to live in. The place looks different. It looks like one ghetto. It's smelling. So what quality can you get from there that you are saying somebody on 2-bedroom apartment, even in Alimosho, quality ones, I can get 500,000, 600,000 per annum in a year. So all those quality that we think is just, we always think everything abroad is better. So, and we always push a point to justify it. That's just what I think. So we've only mentioned healthcare and education. Then healthcare is divided. We look at healthcare in two ways: accessibility and quality. What I feel the man will get in UK is quality. Is healthcare really accessible in UK? I don't live in UK. I don't know. So I think those people in UK
it's accessible. Yes, it's easily really accessible. It is. It is.
So if I call a GP
for somebody that is legitimate in the country or not,
if I call a GP and he gave me prescription, is that prescription, is it free?
If you're on social welfare, it is. If you're not, they've capped it. I think no matter how expensive the drug is, you only pay, I think, £10 or something.
A percentage of it.
Yes, they capped it to,
Oh, okay. As long as you're a legal citizen, you will not pay. Okay.
But if you're on social welfare, you get it for free.
You get it for free. So there are some people that can't get that. You have to pay out of pocket.
Yes.
Okay. So if we only compare healthcare and accommodation, so Baba can have other indices of quality of life to
transportation too. Transportation in London.
That's a killer. In London, that's a
killer. Now if you have 200,000, you can own your own car. You can buy your own car in Nigeria.
No, transportation, the public transportation is better there in London.
Do you know how much it costs? Do you know how much it costs? You can get
the bundle. Now, what are you saying? One man. You get the bundle. You get a bundle.
How much is a bundle? Because I have several cars, so I have several cars.
The bundle, the one that will last him a month, that will take him from one place on unlimited use. Yes, miles or use. Yes. So
how much will that cost? That bundle, how much would it cost?
I don't know. Maybe some people listen to us can post it and let us know how much is the bundle a year. I mean a month. You know.
But if you look, at it,
all right. Let me put it on this. Sorry, BQB.
Okay.
Let me quickly put this on the screen. For an adult, there are 6 zones in London. So just zone 1 and 2, which is the central London, is £40 a week. But if you are going beyond that, they'll probably call you zones 1 to 4 is okay. Zones 1 to 5 is £70 a week.
Okay.
So you're already paying rent of 1,200 out of that. 1,200.
No,
and then
120. 120.
What's 100? You are paying rent. No, you are already paying rent of. You are paying rent of 1,200, and then you are paying travel pass every week, £70 a week. You've not eaten yet, though. So travel pass. Okay, let's say £50. So 200. So 1,400 already. From your wages, and then if you add food to that, let's say you add another £200. So that's 1,800. So then you have £200 to whatever it is else that makes life meaningful.
There's no quality. There's no quality that the guy can get from the remaining money. He's just going to be living miserable. So we just believe that everything is better. I think that's just what we can use to cajole ourselves. But if we want to compare it like by like, if for instance, Baba Jale Koko, if you are staying in Alimosho and you are working in Oshodi, there is a BRT. BRT system is efficient in Lagos. So you can also see a BRT that will take you to and fro. And it's also very cheap. So if you are saying transportation, you might be saying it's efficient, it's better, but the transportation
is not cheaper. It's not cheaper.
But it's not cheap. It's more cheaper, and it's okay too for anybody.
How much? You tell us how much it costs in Lagos to go by bus. Let's say from Oshodi to Lagos.
No, to go by
that BRT.
No. I know from Alimosho to is 200 naira. From Alimosho, they have their bus terminal. Yanokwaja, Igondo, it's 200 to Oshodi.
200, okay.
Yeah, it's 200. If you are working in Oshodi, yes, 200, yes.
Alimosho to Oshodi, 200.
Yes,
that's
200
a lot of
naira,
money.
Yes.
That's a lot of money.
That's cheap now. If you enter the commercial bus, it's more expensive. If you enter the commercial bus, even from Egbeda to Oshodi itself, it's 600 or thereabout. So it's cheap now.
Yeah,
for somebody going every day.
We have to base it on
that kind of person might even have a car. Most people earning 200,000 will have a car. So
what affords a car? What affords a car?
There was a time I was earning less than 200,000 naira. I owned a car. I was living in Lagos. I was living in Alimosho. I was living in Alimosho.
Now.
I was living in Alimosho. I own a car with less than 200,000. Although the exchange rate is different now.
That was during the time of Obasanjo. That was during the time of Obasanjo.
When Corolla, all those Uber Corolla, you know all those common Corolla now that they used to do Uber. Then it was 1.4, 1.3, 1.5. So people earning 200,000 naira, they are big boys. So,
but BQB to Femi's question. Femi is asking. It says the problem is how many people earn 200,000 naira in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
So let's not even say Nigeria. Let's say Lagos.
Yes, I'm on the same page with Femi because I think 200,000 naira you'll be in level 14 or 15 civil service. I'm talking about Lagos State Civil Service. So you'll be in level 14 or thereabout. You'll have been maybe assistant director. Also, I'm not talking about corruption money. I'm talking about the legal money they had. Is around 200,000 naira around that time, level 14 or And level 14 people would have put in, if not up to 10 years or thereabout in service. So his question is right. How many people went? But we are not talking about the number. We are only comparing the statements. That's what I don't want us to do. Don't let us expand it. Yes. Let us just compare what it says. Yes.
I think we are just let's a little bit be realistic. Using 200,000 as a yardstick is a far fetch. Now we are dwelling basically on what the man said. I don't know the premise upon which he said what he said in comparison. But 200,000 naira is a lot of money for somebody that is working a monthly earner in Nigeria. It's a lot of money. Let us be realistic.
You're right, yeah.
There are people that live in some cities, and I'm not talking of backward cities. I'm talking of cities like in Port Harcourt, Ibadan. I'm not going to use Lagos because we have already created this kind of exceptionalism when we talk of Lagos. I think everybody in Lagos is a highbrow, high up there. There are people that live here in Nopaja that are teachers that are earning 60,000 naira, 50,000 naira.
In fact, if a teacher is earning 60,000 naira,
that are teachers that are taught for 10 years that are earning.
If a teacher is earning 60,000, is a high-ranking teacher. Most secondary schools in Lagos give teachers 15,000, 20,000.
Exactly. God bless you. That's why I want us to take the argument. Let us take the argument at the level of the very low earners, low income earners that are working. There are people that are teachers in Lagos State. I'm not saying Lagos, so that not in Lagos State today that are earning 25,000 naira in a month, and they are teaching in secondary schools.
Yeah.
And the truth of the matter is that they are surviving. They earn 25. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I am not holding forth. I am not defending it. But there are people that earn 25, 30, 40,000. Because I know someone that was sharing her experience with me. Both husband and wife are teachers. They live in Ikorodu, and they were earning. The wife was earning 35,000. The husband was earning 50,000, and they have children that go to public schools.
Public schools, yeah.
And they are, they will keep. They know they desire a better life, but they will say, at least for now, thank God, we are doing what they are doing.
That's what they have. Yes.
They still pay their tax, and they still pay their tax. Their tithe, they still pay their tithe, and they still pay their tax, and they are trusting God for a better tomorrow. And both husband and wife, husband is teaching secondary school, he's a graduate. I find that very ridiculous. So when we are drawing lines, let's come to the average. We have, one of the things I've come to realize is that we are very passionate about Nigeria. We want better, but when we discuss at the same time, let us try and come as close to the average reality as possible. Yeah. We can create a bubble in our. You want me to stop talking?
No, carry on. Land that point. And then after, wrap it up, BQB, and then we move on.
We can create an ideal situation in our head and run with it. But at the same time, we can come down a little bit and say, okay, what is the real situation? So for people thinking that everybody that lives on the island earns 2 million per month, it's a mirage. That's a lie. There are people in the island that just hustle. They live in Lekki. They live in Agungi. They live in Ibuefon. They live in, and if you know where they are, they are not any. They work in some eco hotel as some security person. They are not any 100,000.
Yes, not even 57.
They are any 60, 40,000. They enter public transport. They live, and every now and then you will see them in party where they will buy ashwebi, and they will still change some 2020 naira, and they will still go and spray. And they are happy. That's the reality. That's our reality for now. We want better, but our reality for now is exactly that. There are people that live in those places. They work in the hotel, whether as cook, as chef, as service, as security agent, as bar boys, and bar guests, and the rest. They live in those places. They are not earning 100,000. Go and check them. Forget the civil service of 200,000 or something. They are earning 60, 50, 40,000. And they transport, they commute to work day and night. They send their children to school. But they know their reality. So let's be a little bit realistic rather than being idealistic. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you.
Please.
No, I want to wrap up. No, I want to wrap up. I want to wrap up that space. I think we've been there long enough. But let me just add. Let me add my own little anecdote. My mom's driver, I think it's on about 60K thereabout. And the other day she was complaining to me that and I was even thinking we have to double this guy's salary now. But it didn't on 60, 70K. You know, although we always chip in, send him whatever, but I don't say, and he has a family. So anyway, BQB, wrap up that space. And then I'll take you to the Gbenga Daniels.
The next space, yes. So generally, that's just, you understand the point I'm saying. You can't compare Nigerian with abroad. Generally, we will say it's better. But from what the statement the guy made, the guy is fantastically, he was spot on, he was correct. So if Abadorian, like people like Baba Jali Koko would disagree with him, I will also try to puncture some of their points, like accommodation and transport and all those things. It depends on the way you look at it. For me, accommodation for government support in what I saw is not better. So I think that's just the way I will leave that on that. So
please, Wama, I just want to say thank you to BQB. Please, let me just thank him. You know, because no place like home. No place like home. BQB, you are welcome, man. Thank you very much. You know, there's no place like home.
Topic.
You know what I'm saying? No place like home at all. So Waman also said, you know, no place like home. You know, so, you know, everywhere in Nigeria, everywhere in Africa is better than abroad. In Germany here, I'm paying almost 500, euros for my private insurance as a self-employed. Okay, for example, so it's not easy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. So let me move you to this space. Can you hear me, BQB?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, let me move you. Let me move you to this space. This is a space that is often ignored within the Nigerian space. No sympathy for it whatsoever. We're talking about disability and the facilitation for that within our society. So this is the narrative of Gbenga Daniel's son, who is in a wheelchair, and on his way to wherever to go and spend part of his father's looted money in whatever foreign country. He goes into KFC at Muritala Mohammed International Airport, and just a curt little put down, get out of here. We don't allow wheelchairs in here. So he's put that on social media. The government moved very quickly. They shut down that KFC and asked for a public apology. So are you following that story? Do you have any sympathy for this guy? Even removing the fact that it's from privilege, but do you have sympathy for that narrative?
No, I have sympathy for people with disabilities generally. Because what I tell people is that even we that we are able, we are just 1 point away from being disabled. Because accidents in any form can happen to anybody. I was watching a video of Nneka Ifele, a video of before the accident. He was just a jolly fellow man, enjoying himself, driving around in this B2, this Volkswagen B2. Very nice. And the accident happened. The guy was confined to a wheelchair. So everybody, that's even going to supposed to bring out our sympathy for anybody we see with disability. Now, having said that, the only place I see that gave some recognition to them are maybe government institutions. If in Lagos, if I remember quite rightly, the only place I see a special entrance and special parking space is usually maybe in Alausa government secretariat. You can hardly see that most other places, restaurants,
They don't even have the
churches.
ramp. They don't have,
That's what I'm
they are
saying.
meant to have the ramp that you can just push
Yes, that
a
you can
wheelchair
push them
up.
to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You will see it in Alausa. You will see it. They have their ramp. They have special parking space. They have all those places there. That's the only government institution that I can think of in Lagos off my head that I know I see it regularly if I go there. But in all other places, restaurant and all those places, it's not available. So I think that's just one of the points that even us as a country is not being emphasized. So, but for those people at KFC to now, for him to find his way there, for them to now tell him that is not disabled are not allowed, as if it's the company's policy, is degrading, dehumanizing, and I'm not sure if that kind of person have any form of humanity in them. I think that's just the only way I would say it. And if there is a way, you should find a way to even sue KFC as a company, possibly to teach them a lesson. Then again, government too should now start implementing it, because I know there is a law about people with disabilities right or something like that. But I think government should implement it in our policy of construction, restaurant, all those things, that those things must be available. It's part of those checklists that they must meet for them to get approval. So going forward like that, people with disability would be much more integrated into the society. They will have less incident of medical problems, emotional, mental, medical illness, because they are not accepted in society. And come to think of it, the sportsmen, they win more medals and more glory to us than even the able people. Don't you observe? One man.
No, I observe, but what about how quickly the government moved? They shut down that KFC, asked them to issue a public apology to the young man, and then to put a policy statement on their window as to how they are positioned in terms of disability accessibility.
Yes, I think what the government did is the right thing to do. It's just to send a strong message to government action, is send a message to others. But apart from that, it should be part of our building code, public places, and all those things, so that we'll see it more. Not just only acting on one incident and forgetting about it, and when about a few years later another incident will happen. I think that's just to make it to be a national thing. I think that's just what I think going forward.
All right, I agree. I agree totally with that. Let me take you to one more space, BQB, and then I'll go on from you to Bishop. So this is coming from Reuters. Nigeria's Dangote oil refinery could accelerate European sector decline. So all of those are oils being imported. All of those are refinery set up to exploit the African space. Bye-bye. They say they're going to turn them to storage tanks. So what are you making of this offshoot of the Dangote success story?
Well, I'm optimistic. I hope the largest refinery, I think the largest in terms of capacity in the world now. So
you mean Dangote?
Yes, now.
No, I don't think it's the largest. I think it's the largest single train refinery, but not the largest. Yeah.
Single train, that means it has capacity to refine almost all components. That there is no kind of refinery like that. Yes. And also, yes. I know it has largest in one thing or the other. So I hope that capacity that we are hoping for can really be so that even if we can meet the refining capacity of Africa, of course, definitely to shut down most of those nonsense refineries in Europe and America. They give us low quality refined products. You don't know, Dr. Woman.
No, you are right. I'm not sure if you knew that. I don't know if you knew that for fact.
I know this for fact. I'll tell you. I know this about 15 15 years ago, possibly 2005, 6, 7, because I had a brother that does car importing business. You know what I observed one month? Immediately we received the car in at Apapa. Before Apapa became inaccessible, we will go to Apapa, we'll get to Apapa, take the container, offload on the road and drive the car from Apapa to our place. You know one thing we observe that is constant. Immediately we step into a filling station and we buy fuel. The check engine light comes on. That is the only proof that I know. So what explains the reason why we brought out a vehicle from the container? We put it on, it was okay. But immediately we stepped into a filling station and we bought fuel and the check engine light comes on. It is the fuel. We've not done anything in the vehicle practically. The only thing we put into the vehicle is the fuel. So I know they have low quality. Apart from that, if you buy fuel from different filling stations, you will see different quality. I know also that they said the Nigerian people too, they mix petrol and other components to dilute it and stuff. But the overall quality coming to us as a country is a low quality. So I know that those are part of the reason why some of our vehicles don't last again, because of this fuel problem. So that's the point I can use to, that's my own observation I can use to buttress my point based on that. So if let
me give you this paragraph, BK Bill. Yeah. It says the loss of the West African market will be problematic for a small set of refineries that do not have the kit to upgrade their gasoline to European and American specifications. So that makes that point you were making.
And so African standard is low quality standard. Just do anything and take it to them. Sometimes it will smell like kerosene. Sometimes it will smell like no smell.
Yeah, but what standard would Dangote be refining for us, though? That's the bigger question.
That's what I don't know. So I expect that it should give us high quality. Having spent so much money on that project, so it should give us high quality now. High quality means Western standard is high quality. So that's what I expect. So if you can give us that and start from West African markets, then maybe extend to the other part of Africa generally. So some of those refineries generally will be shut down because that is what supply Africa. So I think that is given. If you take off as planned and you can.
Can I just say something, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Just for the benefit of
problem.
Now, I think it's not completely very correct, your position. I don't know in Europe. In America today, let me just start by saying that mainly the thing that defines categories of quality of premium motor spirit across the world is the sulfur content of refined products. The quality of crude matters, one. Then after refining, the sulfur content, how much of it you have been able to reduce. Now, we know that Europe in the recent years, because of the implication, have cut the allowable, permissible sulfur content in their product. Same thing in Nigeria. Now, I'm not going to talk about Europe because I don't live in Europe, but I know a little bit about America. Most places you go to, you have categories of crude, of oil, of petrol. You have the premium, you have the mid-grade, and you have this the regular. Most people buy the regular. Now you have 3 grades. Now listen very carefully. Those 3 grades, the difference is the percentage of the sulfur content contained in them. Now, why would you allow in the same market, in the same economy, in the same country, some vehicle that can allow for up to 15 to 25% sulfur content, some that can allow for up to 10, and some that will say zero. And they sell some of those zero as much as I'm talking to you today as $5 in the cheap area, $5 per gallon. So our own in Nigeria, we don't discriminate. We just use a standard mid-grade, which technically is just the standard regular grade if you are buying fuel in America. Ajani Koko can testify. I don't know what grade he buys, depending on the year and the quality.
Yeah,
of the
but
grade.
Bishop, that runs contrary to what Reuters is telling us here.
No, I don't know what Reuters says. Hold
on. They're saying that it says the loss of the West African market will be problematic for small refineries that do not have the kit to upgrade their gasoline to European and American specifications. So that tells you then that there's a different specification that they are pumping into Africa that does not meet the standard in the West.
Okay, let me confess. I've not read what you read now. I'm trying to understand it. So it will tell me, maybe if I go and read it, maybe I can interpret it. I've not read it before.
I can send the link to you.
So maybe if I'm talking out of point, I admit and I withdraw. I was just speaking based on what the gentleman said earlier on about the quality, the standard, the grade, and the cost. So let me apologize. Maybe I came in at the wrong point. I did not hear what you say. Now I heard you, but so let me just withdraw. I apologize. Go ahead.
All right. Bring it on BQB, and then we'll go on from you to Prestige. BQB? All right. I think BQB may be caught up in something. Let's go on to Prestige then. Oh, are you there? Yes.
Yes, hello.
So bring it up.
Let me just on my hand. So what he's saying is true, actually. This low quality supply, at least we went for some time. Let's see what the guy will bring to us. I think that's just it for me for now. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us for as long as you can. There's still more topics, but just to move the conversation around, bring Prestige on board. Oba of San Diego, Kabiesi.
Yeah,
you know, I prefer Oba of San Diego to Man of Prestige. You know, maybe you reconsider, but carry on.
No, I'm widely known by that name, so I don't want. That was the time I changed. People are misunderstanding, you know. So that's the name.
What did you change it to? You changed it to some funky name like that nobody understood.
Yeah. I decided to go back, But anyway, good evening or good night, wherever you are. So let me jump into the conversation, and let me start with the Onyama interview today. I didn't listen to it, but I just had a little bit of what you said. So I think he's right in some ways and wrong in many ways. So he's more wrong than being right. And let me say what I'm trying to say. Okay, he's comparing 200,000 K compared to 2,000 pounds in London. So if I have to import that to US, so that's going to be about 2,500 in dollar. Okay, having said that, one man, where you live, let's be realistic. Where you live, you live close to London or whatever expensive area. A house rent, from what I find out, is roughly about 16 to 1,800 over there, pounds. Unless you are living somewhere like in Manchester City, Cardiff, and some, in Manchester City, I think you can afford to pay about 800 or 850. I don't know inflation in London. I mean inflation in UK right now, so I'm not equaling that there. Maybe some other place like Cardiff, you can afford, a rent per month. So that's the first equivalent he's giving there. Because you can't survive in London with amount of, 2,000 a month, unless he's talking about 2,000 per week. I mean, bi-weekly. Then he's making some sense, because there's no way you're going to live where you live, one man, just renting, and you're going to pay almost about 16 to 1,800. So you're not going to own a car. Of course, a lot of people don't own a car. Have food and everything, inflation going on right now. So That's a wrong equivalent he's trying to make. So let me go back to Nigeria space. And you talking
No,
about
no. Man of friendship. Before you go back, what that guy was saying is that you can't even that it's better to live in Nigeria with 200,000 naira as in London. So you are not even buttressing his
okay,
point.
Tony, let me make my point. I think that I say he's right in some ways, but I think he's more wrong than being right.
No,
So that's
but
my
you are not saying
point.
that you even need more than 2,000 to survive. So
No.
which
Just
means
listen.
the man
Let
is
me finish
absolutely.
making my point. Now you'll understand where I'm coming from.
But the man right
Then
where?
if you go back to Nigeria,
Mm.
you're talking about 200 naira living in
200,000 K.
Lagos. Okay, you hold
200,000.
on now. Let me land now. You can
Uh-huh.
survive in Lagos, with 200 with 200,000 naira. Yeah, you can survive in Lagos, but you're not going to be able to afford a car. You're not going to be able to have a nanny. You're not going to be able to have to have people helping you in the house and everything. That's not possible in Lagos or some of the big
No,
cities.
but that point has been made already by
I'm trying.
the
Can I
various
finish my
panelists.
comment?
Uh-huh.
Let me land, please. Don't interrupt me. So, but anyway, you're not going to be able to survive with that amount of money. You can survive, but those nanny inclusion and everything, no, that's definitely not affordable. He's just making a wrong statement in that. I don't know, just trying to play some nationalism. There's nothing wrong with
Nanny,
playing for
true,
national.
true.
Huh?
Driver, maybe not.
BQB say you can afford a maid but not a driver. But
No,
I
Yes.
think
I don't
I think
believe
he's
so.
speaking
I
from
mean, I don't live in
privilege.
Lagos, but I'm conversant about in Nigeria. I have
You
people
you
that
know
maybe.
you know prestige. I
Yeah.
don't think somebody, sadly, I don't think somebody like Alan Oyema, I don't think somebody like that actually knows what 200,000 naira means
No,
anymore.
then don't make a statement
He
if you don't
probably just spends
if you
that
don't know
on
what that
lunch.
what that entails in this
He
person's
doesn't know
Nigeria.
what
You're a
it means
billionaire,
anymore.
for God's sake.
Know.
Yeah. Then if you're gonna talk about somebody, okay, if somebody, maybe somebody will here will come and tell me, say, why not go and live in the village and some other, small town. In a small town, you can't make that much. You can only make that much in a reasonable job, in Lagos. I don't, maybe in a bank or whatever. I don't know how much they make in a bank. About 200,000, naira a month. Yeah, in Lagos and some other maybe few big cities. I mean, not even enough. But you can't go to a smaller city or a village and not even make half of that. So you have to compare everything. You have to compare everything where you are with a comparative
You,
advantage.
you you also don't have to spend that much money in the villages,
But you can't
like
make
in
that in
Lagos.
a village, Tony. You can't make that in a village. Who is gonna
Yeah.
pay you that in a village? Reason with fact, not just with emotion.
If the economy is okay, if the economy is stable, I think
let me
the
let
man
me
is
finish my
right.
statement. When you see a turn,
Mm.
you can come up with your own point of view. But anyway, this is my own point of view. So I think he's wrong than being right. Well, I'm trying to paint the right where he's right. Yeah, you can survive in Nigeria, particularly in a big city like Lagos. Yeah, you live okay. But the idea that you're gonna have a nanny, you're gonna have a car, and all that kind of gibberish, he was talking about. I don't buy that. That's just my own point of view. From my being conversant with Nigerian situation. I mean, I've been there. I mean, I'm not gonna use myself in that situation because I'm from Biafra, so the way we spend money when we go home, But I have people that live in Nigeria, and I follow Nigerian space, when it comes to what's going on right now. And the comparison he was making in UK, one man, if I'm wrong, he correct me because I already told you what I think you can pay around where you live. So how are you gonna survive that? Unless he was talking about bi-weekly. He didn't say anything bi-weekly. He said monthly, according to and what you just read. He said monthly. So there's no way you're gonna survive. I mean, you can survive, but you have limited chance to expense to use in London with that kind of money. Making out just two
If you're
hundred.
on £2,000 in London, prestige, you live a very miserable life. Very
Yeah, that's
miserable.
what I'm saying. Yeah, you can live, but it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. It's a miserable life, like you properly stated. Particularly, exactly. I have to be very precisely, because I'm familiar with London. I mean, I've been there. I've been there maybe a few times, but I read and everything. I mean, particular around London, that is just very impossible for you to survive in that area. So that's why I said he's just making a fourth equivalent, you know. Like I said, he's probably just trying to play some nationalism or something like that, you know, and maybe trying to
sorry, Prestige. I think it's an honest mistake.
Are you sure it's an honest mistake? Before maybe try to call it
it's a dollar billionaire. It's a dollar billionaire. What does he know about somebody living on 200,000? He doesn't know that life now.
No,
he doesn't know that life.
One man, please. The man is the owner of that company, and he knows the payroll. How many people earn above 200,000? What percentage of his staff earn above 200,000? So he knows the value of 200,000.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's where
what percentage of his staff earn above 200,000 in
from.
Nigeria? No. He knows the worth of 200,000.
BKB, if he make that, okay, let's assume he make that amount of money in Lagos. BKB, can you able to afford nanny and a car and everything he was talking about? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I said to you now that with 200,000 naira, you just need planning. You can own a car in Lagos with 200,000 naira. Yes, you can rent a 2-bedroom standard apartment that I know you can't get in the UK. I've given so many examples of what you can do. You can get a 2-bedroom apartment in Alimosho, is a middle area in Lagos. You can get a 2-bedroom apartment with 500,000. So 200,000 naira is equivalent of somebody in level 14 of civil service. They are not the bottom people. They are not the poor pets. They are not the poor. Do you understand what I'm saying? Anybody earning 200,000 a lot.
What would you consider a middle class income to be? What income bracket in Lagos now, not Nigeria, but in Lagos, what would be a middle class income?
Is the question directed to me?
Yes.
I'm Prestige. Yes, you then Prestige.
I don't know. I don't live in Nigeria, so
people will have different.
Let him answer that.
Yes, people will have different ranges. But for me, the way I see it is that if you are earning between 400 to like 700 to 800,000, even as the way the dollar is bad, okay. You are like middle class people. For me, that's the way I see it. So people can disagree.
Middle class, BKB.
Yes,
you
people
just
can
mentioned
disagree.
About 800 to whatever.
Yes,
800
of course, you can disagree based on people.
Okay, you can afford a place to live, like you properly stated.
Yes, you can.
Can you afford to travel? Go to vacation, all that kind of things. I mean, just have a car. Of course, everything
within the country you can. But within the country you can go on vacation now.
Yes, you can go to Ghana. You can go to Ghana. You can go to Benin Republic.
Okay.
You can go to Ghana. You can go to Benin Republic. Is the ticket fare now? Is it for middle class people? Before Airpeace brought down the ticket fare, London is about 6 million. So if you are not rich, you can't do it. So you can't use travel now as for middle class people. No, it's way higher because it's denominated in foreign currency.
I think
dollar.
I agree with you. I'm not going to use overseas travel.
You can't use overseas travel as a quality. What we use as quality are basic things. Can they afford a decent accommodation? Can they afford a decent school for the kids? Can they feed? Could they have vehicle to transport themselves to church on Sunday or mosque on Friday? Somebody earning 400,000 naira can do that, or 500,000 naira can do that comfortably. So that's the way we look at it. Not that you can afford to travel to America. No. Even how many of those people abroad are coming to Nigeria? If they come to, they plan it. Some of them buy tickets 1 year ahead. So it's not even easy. So you can't use travel as a point. But all those simple basic necessities of life, decent accommodation, feeding, they would be able to do it.
Subsistence living, that's constitutes middle class in Nigeria.
Yes, definitely.
BKB.
Yes. I'm listening. I'm with you.
Let me tell you, even when the economy was not as bad, you can't really categorize those government workers as middle class. I think that's a mistake.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about earning. How much they earn, not necessarily.
Yeah, because those people that are really fair within middle class in the recent are those bankers,
those oil and gas workers.
No, we're talking about the economy, not the profession. Just
No,
what
not the profession.
the
Not the
income.
profession
Yeah.
necessarily.
So
It's
we're
I
saying
know
everybody
what
they
the
earn.
income bracket. Yeah, just
Because
what
I'm
if you
using the
say
earning
oil
to
and gas,
I'm using the
you might
earning
say
to
somebody
judge.
earning millions now. If you say oil and gas, it might connote maybe somebody earning millions.
yeah, a
So I
businessman
think it's
can be on
better
that level
a
too. So
businessman
just
yes,
so just the income bracket. That was it.
is the income bracket, yeah.
Yeah.
The income these days now, I don't see someone earning 500,000 a month as a middle class any longer. Maybe
With
before
two
now.
okay, let me explain. Somebody earning 500,000 with one or two kids. So we are talking about what can he not achieve, what can he not do. That's what you should look at it. Don't just look at the money. Do you
I
get what I'm
know,
saying? Can he
I
afford
know.
decent accommodation? Can he afford to drive a car? That's what
Okay,
you should look. That's what I'm saying. It's
I
not
I I
about yes,
I got your point. I got your point.
yes.
See, the car will buy like for 1.5 million, like a 10, 11 years ago now. The same car is going for around 7 million.
Like 5 million.
So
Yes, I know. I
like
know.
5 million. So
Yes.
that time you could save that
Yeah.
money, you can no longer save it any longer because if you are still on that your 1.2 million per annum
But you
or like
can borrow now. You can borrow. Can you not borrow?
In
and so if you
Nigeria,
can borrow and you are still on 1.2 million or 2
Mm.
million per annum, how are you supposed to pay back? When you
See.
still have children that will go to school, you still have your
Yeah.
accommodation, you want
Life
the
is
rest
lived
of
on credit, or in Nigeria, everywhere else, life is lived on credit.
no, it's not the credit, but how are you going to pay back the credit is what we are talking about. It is
No.
very easy to get credit and we pay
The
back here because you can do. But can you really pay back credit when you earn that credit in Nigeria, when you got it?
Oh,
the
oh,
way
oh.
That's the point.
All
the
right.
way we live in
Respond to
Nigeria.
that, BQB, and then we get back
Yeah,
to
let me just
Prestige.
respond.
Yeah.
Yes, the way we live in
Yeah.
Nigeria generally is accessibility to credit is very, very low and very poor, almost not possible. If you understand what I mean, the little credit you have are just small change somewhere that you can use. But what I'm saying is that anything you need to get middle level, that is a bit quality, you don't need to buy a car of 15, 20 million naira. If you earn 500,000, if you can save your money, you can still buy a car of 5 million, 6 million at some point, and you can use that car for a long time. People don't change. You don't change car every year. You can use that same car for 5, 6 years. It's not that you're going to be buying a car every year. So if you live in an accommodation of 600,000, that's just and you earn 500,000. That's just possibly 1 month or thereabout of your salary. So those same kind of person, they will still live that same life. You know, we live abroad and we convert our income to naira, which is higher. So we only tend to feel that somebody earning 400 or 500,000 is not is no in that environment. Oh, the person is still babao. That if at the end of the month, if a lot enters your phone and it's about 500,000, yeah, Oga. I think that's what I would say to that to that
All right,
space.
brilliant. All right, brilliant. Back to your Prestige.
yeah, I heard what everybody said. I mean, 500, 400, but that's not what the guy said. But having said that, I just look at 500,000, 600,000, and something manageable. The person can survive, but it's not going to be able to live a life. So I'm not going to equal it to where we are. With somebody make some what we consider to be middle class here. I mean, middle class in USA is people making about 60 to 100,000. That's considered to be middle class. Maybe 50. I don't know. I try to bring it lower. Yeah, I say about 60. To 100,000 here. That's considered to be middle class. So I don't
All right.
I don't really know what he's talking about, but like I said, he's right in some way. He can survive with 200,000 in naira, but like the equivalent he's tried to with the UK stuff. That's nonsense to my own opinion. Thank
All
you.
right, brilliant. Do you want to speak to the Benga
Yeah,
Danielson's
yeah.
space,
Let me speak to the
or if there's anything else that interests you, you can just bring it. But if you speak
okay.
to that, yeah.
Yeah, let me speak about the KFC something. I think the reason why this got a lot of notoriety in Nigerian space because of who he is. But having said that, let me ask this question. This KFC, is that a franchise, or is it owned by the airport?
No, it's a franchise.
Then
I
they
think,
have no
yeah.
right to close it. You see, this is the problem with Nigeria when it comes to, when it comes to law. They have no right to close it. What they probably should have done. No, I'm not. I'm condemning what they did, because in USA, wherever you are, one man, there's a provision for people with handicap. I mean, they have a special provision for
Absolutely.
them.
Disability. No,
So they
not
have no,
handicap. Disability.
yeah,
Disability is the
disability.
right word, not handicap. Disability.
What do you mean? But he's in a wheelchair.
Yes, he is.
Okay, he has to be accommodated. I mean, they don't know if it's handicap or whatever, but he's in a wheelchair, so people will look at him that way when he comes. So, I think what I'm trying to say, he needed to be accorded respect, regardless of who he is. But if not because of who he is, that wouldn't have get the attention he got in Nigeria. But in a normal space right now, that place being a franchise is not owned by the airport people. Closing it is kind of going too far, in my own opinion. They should have fined them. Yeah, everybody.
It's within the airport, though.
Yeah, it's within the airport, but it's a franchise.
And then they are bound by the airport's rules. They are bound by the rules and regulations now.
It doesn't matter. They are listing the place, right?
Yes.
I guess I'm looking at it from American, perspective. Regardless of where you are, they are listing the place. They're supposed to find them and everything. But I'm not going to quarrel. I'm not quarreling to what they did, because that's in the Nigerian space. But what I'm saying, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen in USA. Whereby they close the place down or whatever. They have no authority to do that. All they have to do is find them. And even, I mean, the person they met, the person they just made this to had to take them to court, and probably earn a lot of money, or they settle out of court. So that would have been the proper, in a developed nation. But the action they took in Nigeria, yeah, that in a Nigerian space, that's appropriate, but it depends on who this was meted to, being that he's the person, with a hierarchy in that regard. So that's why it got this national attention. But it's good. So I blame KFC living in Nigeria. They're supposed to know this. They're supposed to know what.
But Prestige, to the wider question of how that people with a disability are treated in Nigeria. One, the way they are treated one at best with sympathy, and at worst with disdain. But they're not treated with just like a normal person that just has some limitations. Like somebody on a wheelchair, for instance, it could well be for different circumstances.
Right.
So that's one. But then them being able to access services, something as simple as just building a ramp next to the steps of a restaurant. They don't even, they either don't have that in regulation or certainly don't enforce it. How many times have you seen people on a wheelchair? They're then carrying them up a flight of stairs, just that the embarrassment of it. So in terms of accommodation for people with disability, where would you place Nigeria?
Very, very low, because when I come to Nigeria, I've even seen a place, like in some shopping place, they mark disability stuff. But you see regular people, go there and park, nobody question them or whatever. Over here, if you even park there for a minute, the security caught you or the camera caught you, you're gonna pay heavy fine for that. I mean, Nigeria is ranked very low when you come to, accommodation in that kind of way. Way. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The person that did that, being where they are, I guess they are going with the norm in Nigeria. They wasn't expecting something like this, but because of who the person was, so that's why you get this kind of national attention, and they're not penalizing them. So, they got what they deserve, but maybe they will be an eye opening. Maybe they're trying to use them to make an example, but up to how far will this example go to? Maybe within that perimeter around Lagos or whatever, Ikeja or whatever, where this happened. Yeah, maybe people will take notice, but that's not going to go it's not going to go far unless there's a legislator, that is fast about accommodating people with disability or any kind of, handicap. So Nigeria rank low in that regard. So maybe this will bring it to national attention. People will talk about it that more anyway. So it's a good
It
thing.
had to be somebody like Benga Daniels' son for it to get any.
If it is somebody ordinary like me or whatever, who cares? Who cares about you? So that's what, yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. There was a clip that I wanted to play, but it's still uploaded. But do you want to speak on the Dangote space?
Yeah, let me speak on the
Yeah.
Dangote space. About the refinery, but how is that supposed to benefit Nigeria? I don't see it benefit Nigeria because he'll be selling an international market with a higher grade market, like said, some of the countries, which is going to up to standard with you what we have in USA, in London, and some other countries, So that's gonna create more market for that's going to create more market for him, and some people is not going to like it. Some countries, that don't meet up to that standard, that'll be lower for them. But talking about gas grade, which is different, I think everybody use pretty much the same grade, which is, in my own opinion, is probably a lower quality grade, like the state. I mean, I never really pump gas. I mean, I buy gas. I've been in the car where people buy gas when I was in Nigeria, but I never actually get off from this pump gas. So in Nigeria, so I don't know, is it like what kind of
they don't have self-service in Nigeria, do they? They should have self-service.
I thought they have self-service.
I think they're still doing the petrol attendant sort of a system.
There's a place in Lagos they have self-service. I think
really?
So. Yes.
Well,
there's a place in Lagos, on Victoria Island. Yeah.
Where?
In Lagos.
Self-service where people will pump the petrol and run away in Nigeria.
Okay, I thought there's a place in gas station in
I think it's just they wake up from sleep
in Victoria Island.
Where you see self-service? I mean, you dey lala, you dey drink.
No, I didn't go to the gas station, but I'm just saying I see people like in their car.
You will buy
fuel. Pumping it.
You will not go inside the office or the supermarket to pay in Nigeria.
You mean they already pay before they come out and pump it? Like I said, I've never pumped gas.
Or maybe
when I was
no. What the system is? Look at that. You've been gone for so long.
What do you mean I've been gone? I'm just saying I've never pumped gas.
Most of these people, I'm not going to tell you how maybe not 30 years ago they went to Nigeria.
You did Nigeria, you did think California. What is wrong with you?
Prestige. Look at your butter. Look at that. But that's good stuff. Prestige, let me play you this clip. When I saw this, I marveled. When they're talking about the entrepreneurship and ingeniousness of the Southeasterners, this video captures it in just one example. I thought this was brilliant. Watch this.
You may believe Nata, who didn't go see me over a container where we put it. Igbo. Ndocha can Eburuno, Bunundu too much. KC Lord Weibu, be a mama. After she see a tire motor, you may believe Nata do motor now pack remember the container. Actually, when I watch this video, they call them. Kefo can da say more float. Who do you pack remember the container? Even in the custom self, I got. Ndocha Neburundi Bubu. Every video this video can make this offload. In what to the goods, or then watch us in the motor apata, Nime container apata. If anybody too much. Can you now watch the video? Now watch. If you want the video, so to a share button can not toss here. Now watch. Apa can now okay, Samia. In case someone nature if I had your go the way out. Loading and uploading. Loading by way yourself, abroad, overseas. If I knew Soroge has a name of Abubakar, Chineke goes to a woman. They got a ton of it. Over one name over than a tire pop. In our cousin, but that's a good. Keoka man. Everything on daily basis. I'm a Megan and that. I'm a Megan and that Agiana. He made this thing offload. It's a special something. It's a professional work. How much I can see you do it, but I can't get see me upload. Now watch the thing. And I hear. Corona one good I can't Kọrọ na nwa ngwere aka kere nke nwa ngwere agaghị ije na ọ gbara ọsọ kere nke nwanne ọ dịrị izula wachiri vidiyo. Ị na-ahụ ya? Ị na-ahụ ka esi afịsịsị taya akwụnyekwa taya? Ị na-ahụ something? Watchịba vidiyo ma bara gị mba. Watchịba vidiyo. Biko asị m iweta this video mechaa aka na share button ka ị tọsa ya na onwe ndị na-amụ ka esi eme this upload ka a sịkwa na this video mụta. Yes, we learn every day. Onwe ndị ga-alike ịmụta ụdị ya. We learn every day. Ị na-ahụ ya? Ọ bụrụ moto nke one na-agụ ya ọnụ nwekwa ọzọ ka dị inside na watch. And n'ime moto akwa nweta isa park sikwa n'ime o nwere ebe space dị na container. Ofu mkpụrụ space, ofu mkpụrụ even 1 inch gap adịrọ na that adịrọ n'ime container. Ihe niile nwetara something afanye n'ime ya. O nwere ebe free space dị na ya. Ihe niile nwere ebe opac. Now watch. Agbanyeghị n'ime moto a nwere ihe juu ya. Now watch.
So now prestige, that is how money is being made right there. If we are talking about maximizing every profit opportunity, there it is right there. If you're talking about business, so that's how business is done.
Sorry, one man.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that
Mr.
was
President.
brilliant. That's the ingenuity of Nigerians, man.
Hello.
You know, they can make to do whatever they have available. Yeah, that's the ingenuity of Nigeria. But that was great anyway. Yeah. Hey,
Hello,
one man, let
one
me tell you
man.
something. You heard
Hello.
about You heard about Hope Uzodinma, right?
Yes, I heard it's going to court to sue for a new state. Is that what you're talking about?
No, forget about that idiot. Onyama, what's his name? The Ohanese nonsense. Soon for what? What's the population of the South each state?
All of the state governors are on board, though. All of the state governors are on board now.
Okay, it doesn't matter, but that's
okay. Carry on.
That's stupid in my own opinion. I mean, what more state? Nigeria don't need more state. The Southeast don't need any more state. You need to improve the one you have already. But anyway, Hope Uzodinma, you heard about the news that broke last week. You know that he's building a power plant. You know that's going to generate electricity twice the one they have in Anambra. So we see what happened. He promised April. So I don't know how long he's been building it already. So he says it's going to be, I think, operated by April, 2 times the power of what they have in Abia. Then he's going to try to
but that's the sort of competition we want, isn't it? That's how we want.
Good, but I just wait to see, Then Imo State, Imo State had airport, but he's going to try to make it to international standard. Of course, that Imo State airport, is generate the most traffic in the Southeast because of the location. Because they are just right between Owerri and Aba, and Abia doesn't have any airport. So, and even some people from Anambra, like Onitsha, they are very close to that airport compared to the new airport they built in Anambra. So we'll see what happens. I just want to, bring that news. So we'll be watching. He promised that by end of April.
By the end of April, that's a bit.
I wanted to ask a question. One man.
Yeah. Carry on.
This video you showed uploading, what is the point in the video that you showed? What
the point I wanted to make was the enterprise. So that container, every single space within it was maximized, and every maximization of that space is profit. So they bought and look at how they delivered the cars up to the top of the roof, parked everything they could inside there, and from that container, the average person would just probably throw two cars in there, but every profit opportunity was taken just from that single container, and that is enterprise right there and ingenuity.
Right, I think I understood the reason why you brought it. It's a matter of profit.
It just struck me as brilliant. I thought it was brilliant. Yes,
I mean, they have a lot of things in there. They was able to offload everything without no damage, and it's more than 2 or 3 times what should have normally go into that place. So I see your point in trying to make. But my final submission, let me make a point. This is directed to Bishop. I know he's here. So Bishop, don't just try. Next time when we're making somebody brought some topic, just try, don't debunk stuff without having your facts, based on your own sentimental narrative. I say something about VDM, very dark man, and you stated that he has been released. No, that man is still in jail. So I just want to make that point to you, Bishop.
All right. Yes. That was from yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was yesterday, right? And Bishop said he has been released. No, he hasn't. He's still there,
And you don't want to speak about the Southeast pushing for an extra state?
No, that's nonsense in my own opinion. That's not going to happen. And it's unwarranted. I don't see the purpose. What is that going to do? From where? I mean, from where? Look at the population. I mean, I'm not saying the Southeast are not big, but I mean, about 2/3 of Southeasterners are not living, even maybe half, in my own opinion. I mean, look at the population compared to other, other states.
It's not so much the land mass, but the political balance.
Yeah, I understand that, but you have to base
they
it on
only
the
have
population. No, they don't. That was necessary. I think it's matter of politics. I can understand the point they're trying to make in advantage. Being that other state like Southwest have like about 6 states or whatever. Of course, we know what's going on in the north. In terms of politics, you're gonna have more legislative and all that kind of things.
Yes.
But what is important of that? I don't. I mean, I don't see that. I'm not for that. I mean, of course, I'm not in Nigeria, but this is just my own personal opinion. The one they haven't even survived. It's not matter of more state. What you do with the state that you have already. So that's my own point. And I don't think it's gonna fly. But if it does, power to them.
All right, Braden. Was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle? Are you following the Labour Party space?
My attention is what's happening in America. PDD. What just transpired.
Oh yeah, what happened? I saw him being arrested. What happened there?
Well, he wasn't actually arrested. He was interrogated at the airport. His son was arrested yesterday. But what actually happened? I don't know if you have seen the kind of mansion that he has in Miami and LA. They went there simultaneously. And they went there, simultaneously to search his house warrant. He don't have a warrant for his house. I'm talking about a lot of police, homeland security, and not just the police, but when an FBI. But when homeland security is involved, their main job is about safe trafficking. So you need to see. I mean, they went there simultaneously, and arranged his house and everything, ransacked his house. Whatever they took, they took a lot of stuff and everything. But there has been a speculation going on right now. Of course, we know what transpired, but we started late last year. The
was he not caught up in that Me Too movement? Was it caught? Was there sexual allegations leveled against him?
Yeah, even the ex-wife that he settled. The ex-girlfriend. He settled with the ex-girlfriend. So, but that's just the beginning of the domino falling, because the next person they say is going to be Jay-Z. If you look, they try to relate to what actually happened to what's his name, R. Kelly. All of them, used to be friends. I'm not necessarily saying that by friend, but they said things had been coming around, So this is just going to be the domino. So the next person is going to be Jay-Z, according to what I heard, the news that has been circulating. So.
Yeah. Is there a racial undertone being read into this?
Some people putting a racial undertone to read. To me, I don't think so. It's what you got yourself into. But the power that be is white people. So don't get yourself entangled in those kind of things. If you look at the scenario they are painting right now, both him and Jay-Z has something, also perpetuated. They help R. Kelly. Not just we are friends, they help R. Kelly perpetuate what he perpetuated during his time. Of course, he's in jail right now, maybe for life.
Are you linking it to R. Kelly, or are you linking it to Kanye West? Because
no, not Kanye West. I'm linking it to R. Kelly.
Ever since Kanye West went against the Jewish lobby, they've been turning against the blacks somewhat. I noticed.
I don't know. I guess I don't play that kind of racial card. I don't see that part. It's not just because they are black. I mean, it's what you got yourself into. But just watch about the Jay-Z stuff I'm talking about. Let's just wait.
You don't consider Jay-Z to be untouchable? I thought Jay-Z is royalty, isn't
Jay-Z? Who own all this the whole industry in when it comes to music industry and everything? It's owned by white people. They helped made him. So if they want you to fall, they're gonna want you to, they're gonna fall you. I mean, are they gonna pay more attention because he's black? Probably. But if you don't want those kind of play, don't get yourself into that situation. That's the way I look at things here. So I'm not saying here, there's no discrimination against the black or whatever, but don't get yourself in that situation. Of course, white own this country, regardless of what people think. So anyway, that's a big story that just developing.
All right, brilliant. You know what I've noticed, Prestige? I've noticed that you are wanting to move more away from politics and to more general lives.
Well,
You don't like
Nigerian politics tire me. I mean, I pay attention every now and then, but I'm never, even when I didn't used to get into Nigerian politics, I follow
Then
other
again,
entertainment, other things going on in Nigeria, but
one
I'm never
man,
into politics. But right
do
now,
you
so I kind
observe?
of combine both of them. I still get into the space of entertainment and other kind of things, social media going on in Nigeria and other things. No,
Hello, one
my
man.
my line
I
of
have a
thinking
question
doesn't devolve
for
around.
Mr. Prestige.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I observed that an average Easterner talking from abroad, they don't like Hope Uzodinma at all. They always speak negative of the guy, even if there
But
is.
wait a minute. I hope Uzodinma is from my state.
I've
I
never
live
had
in
any
Owerri.
abroad Easterner talking good of Hope Uzodinma. Everybody is always saying anything negative and don't have any belief or in the man and the project. And has he not done anything at all for Imo State?
And
Yeah, he has done something.
Soludo too.
No,
They don't like
he's a fraud. He's a fraud.
they don't like
He's a
Soludo
Soludo.
hasn't
fraud.
done
Soludo,
anything.
They don't
Baba.
like
Hope Uzodinma
Soludo
has
Baba
too.
and
done more than
Soludo too,
Soludo.
yes. Soludo
Hope
and
They
Hope
don't like
Uzodinma has done
Uzodinma,
more
Soludo.
than
they
Soludo.
always
Let's call a
talk
spade a
negative of
spade.
those people. I don't know. I've never seen anybody calling and
What
on
did
any
Soludo
show.
did? He's been there
Yeah,
for
you
2
see,
years or 3 years.
but sorry, curiously, BQB, curiously, and I
yes.
think Ajaneko remembers. Curiously, Adamu Gamba, when he came, he told us that Hope Uzodinma is the best in the East. The
You see,
best. So I
I
don't
You
know.
was
see,
so
So
mad.
even they are both his
they,
One
rating for you,
man,
they are not
one man,
they are not carefully studying those people.
one man.
It's just their hatred for him
No.
that they are
One
just
man. I
carrying.
was living when I do the playback. I had him say Hope
It's
Uzodinma.
because it's in APC. That's why.
Yes.
Absolutely, Baba. That's the reason. Anybody, and again, and Soludo did not
And
support Peter
Soludo work
Obi.
against Obi. They don't like
Yes.
it.
So they hated those people. They don't want to listen to anything. I was arguing with somebody. They said Alex Oti. I said, what is Alex Oti doing? He said Alex Oti what is he doing? That you people are praising him every day, everywhere.
Well,
They
he
said
has done good so far.
wait
He
now.
started good. So we see what
So
happened.
Prince Alfred, what's he doing? What has he done? Oh yeah. 1, 2,
Look at the
3. What has he
project.
done?
The Abba Port Harcourt Road, the
Okay,
renovation of
so he's doing roads. Yes. So he's doing roads, Abi. So
okay,
Hope
the
Uzodinma
renovation of the
did
market.
not do any
Do you
roads
see
in
what's
Imo
going on
State.
in the market?
Hope
We're not
Uzodinma is
talking
not doing
about the
any roads.
electricity.
No, just wait. Forget about electricity. We know the electricity politics. We know who started it. Forget about it.
Yeah, okay.
Apart from electricity, what else is he doing? He's doing roads, Abi. So Hope Uzodinma has not constructed any roads in Imo State.
No. I didn't
Soludo
say
has
that.
not constructed any
No.
roads.
No.
So why are you judging
Hold
him
on.
based on roads
BQB.
only? And you are rating
I
him
just
high?
hate Hope Uzodinma politics. It's
Okay.
not that he hasn't done anything. Because Imo State would have been probably the third. Wait a minute. They would have taken over. They would have
Yes.
They would
And
have been the
Imo,
fourth largest producer of oil
yeah,
in the
Imo is
country.
safer
If
now.
what he hold on. If what he
Yeah.
started has materialized, remember about 44 or 46 oil well that was initially given to the Imo, because we are very close to Port Harcourt, Ebem and other kind of things. They're like Imo and River, just like one. But anyway, he would have gotten all those oil. Boy, he did get it, but it was temporary. Of course, it was revised. But right now, did you see Wike is mad because River State is paying Imo some money right now after he left. So they are paying. I don't know how they work out that. I don't know how they work out something. So Imo State is getting some money. That's my point I'm trying to make. Yeah, Hope Uzodinma is doing okay, but his politics,
Man of prestige.
is what I hate.
Yeah.
Man
He
of
Okay.
can do whatever he
prestige.
do to get his way.
What of Soludo? Is Soludo also doing well? Because I know he's constructing
I
roads
don't know.
and
I'm not
stuff
in
too.
Anambra State.
Okay.
Let Joe of Navis tell us. But I can only speak about Owerri here.
Uh, can
Okay.
I just say something? If I can just say something real quick.
Go ahead.
The guy asked, "What is OT doing differently?"
What OT is doing is the same thing. Is the same. I'm not talking about what OT is doing. I'm talking about the situation he made the states. Many of you who are not from the state or from the southeast does not know the degradation of the environment. You guys always like talk about it. Oh, it's like this. No, there has been a significant degradation of southeast environment, the roads, and I am not saying it's only the fault of the federal government. It's also the fault of the state government. Now, if, for instance, the Port Harcourt road was done, the money that would have about 30 billion that was invested in that road in the construction would have been put into something else. But for some of you, you just make do or just for convenience sake. Or what's OT doing? I would have shown one man. There was a video I wanted to send to one man to tell you the state of the roads of Aba before OT came in. And you will tell me, you're not talking about cities that are away from the main cities. We're talking about the main city. It's just like you're talking about VIA, and the roads in VIA are impassable. So sometimes we tend to, downgrade most of those things. But we had government in that state for 24 years. 24 years. And if you have a place like Aba, you should be making that place so conducive for people to come in there and do their business and go. So the people that still come to Aba just come there because they don't have a choice. You understand what I'm saying? So they still go through all those bad roads. And some of them are like, you know what? I cannot do this. I cannot do this anymore. Let me go do something different. So that is the case. Now, you asked about Soludo. Soludo is a fraud. Now, going by what Soludo promised, let me tell you this. If you say you're going to do something, that's the way I am. If I am going to government and I'm saying I am going to do this, I am going to do this, I am going to do this, go in and do it. Every other thing you do aside of those things you said you're going to do for the people, Ijara. Everything Obi promised us before he came into power, he did everything. Not one.
I think you guys are comparing him with
right
standards. That's what
no. It has nothing to do with Obi.
Any
my brother,
that had been after Obi underperformed.
My brother.
That's the
No. See, let me tell my brother. Let me tell you something.
Obi are doing.
No. See, Obi are not underperformed. Far overperformed.
Yes.
Far overperformed. I say underperformed. Sorry.
Underperformed. Yeah.
He underperformed. Right? Because when you look at, under P2B, who is going to tell you that the feeding for horses is going to cost you about 120 million? Who is doing that? We call it Nlinya. Who's doing that? Right? So these are the things we're talking about, because you see, sometimes you ask, how did he save all those money? It's because they were spending money for frivolities. The people that hated Obi, they were the elitists. The people loved him and they saw what he was doing. So that's the thing. So we're not comparing him with Obi, but what we are saying is this: okay, Obi, you are far more intelligent than Obi when it comes to education. You're a professor, right? When you came into power, for the first 1 year, you were busy looking for who to talk to, who to bring down. You started even delving into national politics, right? Saying, "Oh, these are the two main candidates. These are the." I thought all those things were unnecessary. Nobody called for your input.
That is one of the mistakes.
Right,
that's why one of the reasons why most people are against Soludo.
All along, you weren't doing anything in the States.
That's the main point. Is the politics.
And for someone that promised us that he wanted to build Taiwan, Japan in Anambra State, you ought to have hit the ground running.
It's just 2 years on the.
2 years. After 2 years, that is when you
Road.
started telling us.
The road that he built is washed away by water.
The guy still has 6 years to go.
No. He has 2 years to go. So Luda is going to be a one-term president.
He will not come second term.
One-term governor. No. So this is not for second term. He's fraud. Let him go and start doing those things he was doing in. I give him his flowers for what he did in a Central Bank. But now with what he's doing now, I am trying to see to try to investigate if actually it was Soludo that did that, if actually it was his policy or those of his subordinates. You understand what I'm saying? He's just a figurehead.
All right. The hatred is real. The hatred is real.
That's what I'm
one
saying.
man. What have I said here?
For us outsider, not from Southeast. I think because
see one man.
Peter Obi.
No. So
you're
apart from
trying to identify any aspect that the guy has done well. The guy has not done anything in the state at all.
What is the guy doing now?
We see it because we are from
what is the guy
we
doing?
know what's happening. Okay, what did Carlo did? The only thing he did from Abia was Enyimba. That's what he's known for. Nothing during his time.
Nothing again.
What did Ibazo do? That's probably the worst governor from Abia, Ibazo.
Besides, one man, I've said this on this show that we have the worst set of leaders in the Southeast. I am telling you, apart from a few, we have the worst set of leaders in the Southeast. Now,
including Alex Otti.
No. You know what I say? Except for the few.
No, Alex Otti
right?
is a special.
Look at this thing.
Obese boy.
Everything Alex Otti does.
Governor Imo State
is usually amplified.
The one before Zodema, all he did was building castle.
Look, let me tell you something. And one man, and if I can just say this real quick.
Make it real quick, and then we move on. Yeah.
Rochas Okorocha was innovative. If you went to Imo State before Rochas Okorocha came into power, and you went to Imo State during the time he was in power, you would understand, you would see where he was headed. But what was the problem of Rochas Okorocha? All those things he was building was, in fact, it was worse than Chinese. Worse than what you give to the Chinese. 6 months, 3 months, gone. But if you go to Imo State, you see that the place was opened up. They widened up the roads. Even the statue you were talking about, one man. If you go by yourself to see those statues you were talking about, one man you have, if you get inside there, it's like there's a spirit. There's a spirit. Like
those things
are fine. Like one man, if you go in there and see,
they are all gone right now.
Very nice.
No, they're still there. They're still there.
So
right?
Which one?
That was all the this thing that they had then. Well, if it has gone, if it has broken down, then it's the same thing I was talking about Rochas. But if you went there when those things were there, one man, if you go in there, you will feel like you are talking to Zik. You will feel like you're talking to Awolowo. You will feel like you see them there. It is very. It is very
because
beautiful.
The state governor,
they were nice.
Rochas,
very nice.
Decided to
I was there now. I was
yes.
It was nice.
Yeah. One man, if you go inside here, what I'm talking about, if you are there, you'll be like you have that. Is this nostalgia? The connection. Like, I'm talking to this is my president. This guy, yeah. So that's the thing. That's what I wanted to say.
That is nonsense. All these statues, it don't make any sense.
It is not believable. It is not believable than the power plant you said Hope Uzodimma is building. When did he start the power plant? When did he came in?
It was the end of February.
That's what you had a 419, a 419, a full-fledged 419 in Hope Uzodimma.
It was in Egypt, with some Egypt.
When now? Yes. Hold on, my brother.
Look at the election that he conducted in Edo State recently. Joel,
hold on.
Look at the election that he conducted in Edo State in primaries, where Hope Uzodimma was declaring, 1, 2, 9, 30, 300,
look,
700.
He's more than Tinubu. He's more than Escobar. That's how bad it is. So one man, I don't know when he started this power project, but I know you agree with me. It's going to be fraud at the end of the day. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Prestige, bring it home, and then we move the conversation. I was going to go to Bishop. I think it's dropped.
I'm pretty much done. That's pretty much my summation today. I just stand listen. Next time I speak.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent man of Prestige. So the excellent man of Prestige. Let's go on from you. We'll go to Prince Daddy, and then after Prince Daddy, we'll come to Ajanle Koko. So Prince, are you ready to go? Oh, I don't think we have Prince just yet. We do have
hello, one man.
All right, brilliant. So Prince, let me start you from this space. Or is there anything you especially wanted to speak to? Let me start from there first.
No, not at all. I've been out of it for the past couple of days, but
yeah, what happened to you, man? You've been following the basketball trail with your daughter?
A little bit of that.
All right, well done. Daddy duties. All right, great. Let me take you to this space. Ohanese demands more state for Southeast. So it's gone actually beyond Ohanese demanding it. There was images put out with all the southeastern state governors standing line astride with lawyers, essentially suing the federal government for reasons of not having an extra state. So are you on board with this argument that the Southeast should have one more state so that they can at least have their own full complement in the parliament?
Well, it's a nice idea, and I do agree with it, though. I think they should have a sixth virtual state located in the Southwest. I think that would do them well. You hear me, one man? Hello?
We can hear you. Is it all right? I think we already have that virtual state now, and a prime minister to boot. Okay.
No, yeah.
But I sympathize with the arguments, though, I have to say, because you have X complements of senators, House of Reps per state. And if you have lesser states, then by extension, you have lesser parliamentarians. And by extension, you have lesser representation. And this all wraps into that. These are the real backdrops of that language of marginalization.
Yeah. What is the justification for it is the question. Here, I guess in the state, for example, the larger your county or your state by population, they try to allocate you certain political power. That's what happens. And so population, number one, is a factor, right? In which I don't think, and just like Mr. Manor Prestige said, a lot of the Southeasterners don't reside in the geographical location. Many of them live elsewhere. Okay, and also when it comes to revenue contribution from across the country, I don't think Southeast has a high percentage of that. Okay, so those two key points really disqualifies them for an additional state, if you ask me. But for political reason, I guess it's justifiable. But in terms of real contribution to the economy, they don't deserve one. They don't deserve one at all, if you ask me. And everyone is free to move around the country. I understand that, but I've made a simple analogy before that if these governors are not they don't have the obligation to take care of their own citizens, why should they? It's human nature, and I don't blame them. When many of the citizens go elsewhere because they want to trade or whatever reason, that is fine. But the places they're moving to, they don't get necessarily a higher allocation because of the other people coming to their space. They still get the same, and they find innovative ways to make more revenue and do other things. And some don't. Some just live by what they have. So I like growth or apportionment based on population. I think it should. That's why census is quite important, really. Lagos State and maybe Ogun State and some, or maybe Kano and some other places that take the bulk of the population, they should get more. And those that have less population should be penalized. I think they should be. Okay, because if Anambra and Abia State and all these places were great, not only the Igbos will stay there, other ethnic groups from across the state will go there. Because people they are attracted to where there's success and where there's a good structure in everything. It's just natural, and I don't think that's the case mostly in the southeast. Of course, I've heard they have the nicest mansions in their villages and all the nicest things out there, the nicest hotel, according to our friend on the platform. But somehow, some way, it's not really attracting people to go there and invest and live there. There has to be a reason for it. So, if it brings about peace to give them a 6th state, sure, let them go ahead. But I don't think, economically they deserve to have one because of their contribution to the national purse. Not at all.
But, Prince Daddy, how is that going to bring peace? I mean, I don't see that. I mean, this is just strictly my opinion. I mean, for economical reason, I don't see the viable of another state. I mean, maybe for politics, that's the angle I'm thinking they're playing at. That's just strictly my own opinion. So I don't see where that be because you mentioned something about peace. No, that's not going to bring any peace.
Well, they've been rankling for it. They've been crying for it for such a long time.
It's not going to bring peace. I mean, they're going to be peace. There's going to be peace. It's not about more states. I mean, I don't see the correlation to that.
Praise Daddy. Whenever you ask questions like this, you ask questions from people that say that that really have the interest, that have lived in the southeast. When you ask people like man of prestige that have not been home in the past 20 years, and even if they went home, they just stayed in a little place and they went back. They don't know anything. They don't know. They go to their villages. Look, let me tell you, there is need for us to have a state, an extra state in the southeast. The politics, first and foremost, the politics of revenue sharing formula makes us, first and foremost, keeps us at disadvantage. The politics of representation keeps us at disadvantage. And if you're talking about the people that stays in the southeast, how many is Ogun State more viable than most states in the southeast? Just some days ago, they brought out some numbers about Ogun State. So why would we use Ogun State? Which state in the southwest is even viable to make them have 6 states? So what I'm just saying is this: if we're going to have 6 states, there are a whole lot of Igbo people from Igbo extraction that were given to all these river states, even Akwa Ibom, Delta State, and all that. We can create a state from there. The likes of the Ebemas, the Andonis, and others. If you go to the Igbo, the reason why they deny the Igbo-ness is because as a result of the Civil War, they do not want to, if you say you're Igbo now, they will not give you this. We are experiencing it firsthand. So the best thing to do is make the South-South more monolithic. Let them have their people, more of their people in their region. Give us our people back. We have our people in Edo State. We have our people in Kogi State. We have our people in.
They are not asking for extraction of Igbo to create another state. They are asking of creating another state from the present 5.
You've got to be following the news. You've got to be following the news. That is not what it is. They are not saying that you should create the state from the 5. Sorry, we are saying that no matter what the creation is going to be, we are still going to incorporate those of our brothers that have been given to other states to make us look smaller. We have Igbos in Kogi. We have Igbos in Delta. We have Igbos
in. I don't think that's their argument, Prestige, because that's not a viable argument. No state is going to let you cut their state and
No. One man. They said that they created before.
No. I think their argument more is the shortfall in their quota at the parliamentary. Yes, at the parliamentary. Yes. That's what they want rather than get land. I think they want more influence in politics rather than land. Yeah.
One man. Let me tell you this. I am just telling you. Before they said let's have Orashi state. Orashi was going to be part of Uguta, then Ebema, then you still go down there into River State. It's a whole lot of Igbos, people that speak Igbos in River State, people that speak Igbo in Delta State. So if you're going to make a state, we have vast people that you can make that state for. But what you did is, in order for you to make the Southeast look small, you took away their people and put in this other states. That's the point, and that's the fact. You're not going to be
that's not going to be rebalanced.
One man at some point we must do that. At some point,
it's never going to happen now. It's never going to happen
because the state. Hold on, one man. The state we are talking about, the state you guys are talking about, the Ogun State, the whatever state you mentioned in Nigeria, Kano State. They were all carved out from another state. So there's nothing, you can always carve your people out and do your boundary adjustments. So it is not like a no. No. If we want to really address post Biafra war, what is going on in the Southeast, you have to return back their people to them. Stop making them look small.
But
you can't be a child and you have to fly.
What is that going to solve?
What is it going to solve? It's going to solve a lot of things. I know that you would understand it, right?
No, I don't.
But it's going to solve,
yes. I don't see what's going to solve. I'm being sincere in my opinion.
Okay, let me tell you something, right? If one part, the extra state you're talking about will have its own federal allocation. If you have more federal allocation to a particular area, that means you're going to have more development. No matter how many development.
What is the population compared to other states? Don't you have
what do you mean? What's the population?
You know what happened in America? Some place like California, they lost. I mean, they lost population. And
my brother live America. My brother live America. My brother live America. We have a case study in Nigeria. The case study is the Southeast in Nigeria. That's the case study. I live in California. The point there is this. If you have more, if any state, I don't care where the state is coming from, you're going to have more federal allocation to the region. Secondly, you're going to have full representation where they always deceive us in the National Assembly.
Yes, but Joel, hold on. That's an argument for an extra state. That's not an argument for taking land from other people.
One man, you are so fixated about land. I'm talking about the people. If you want to really solve the problem of the Southeastern, that's my point. These states have already been talked about. These regions I'm talking about, they're already talking about it. Right? So it's not a question of whether it is grabbing land. I am talking about the representation politically. It makes us irrelevant. Even in the elections, when they're talking about every other region, 5 states, 6 states, you go to in the Northwest, they have 7 states. How are you going to compete? You have 5. So in terms of numbers, you have been decimated. Even though when it comes to real numbers, you are far more. For crying out loud, we are one of the 3 largest group in Nigeria, and we have 5 states. Come on now.
Yeah, no, that has to be addressed. And I think that's yeah, but not by grabbing land from the Delta people.
One man, the land matter. Leave the land matter because it is people before land. Right? It is people before land. Those lands could be empty without those people inhabiting it. So if the people in that land say they are Igbo, if they are Igbo, both by culture, both by word, by food, both by everything, and you say they are not Igbo, you put them in Delta. So now we have things like Delta Igbo. What is Delta Igbo? Do you have a Kogi Yoruba?
Do you have all those other?
But we have Yoruba. We have Yoruba in Kogi. We have Yoruba in Edo now. Do we say Yoruba in
Kwara?
Do you say Yoruba Edo or Yoruba Kogi?
Kwara is southwest. Kwara is southwest.
Okay, what of Edo State that we have Yoruba in Edo State?
You guys are very minute. You guys are very minute there. If you want to, you can call you guys off.
They are there also.
My point is this.
And Kwara is not southwest.
Kwara is not southwest, so just for you.
Where is Kwara?
It's not central.
You say?
Not central.
Kwara is not southwest.
Not.
Oh, okay, but I always see it as a Yoruba
place. Bukola Saraki is not Anna. You don't know.
No, but he always satisfied with his southwest blood. Now we always know this one. Now, you see, let me tell you something. No matter how you want to make Kwara look, right? By perception only, you understand me? I know Oloye is Yoruba man.
Yes,
do you understand what I'm saying? He's a Yoruba man. So, and let me tell you something. In terms of election, that place will always go to the south, to the sentiment of the southwest. Let's leave that matter.
Yoruba people there now. So.
Yeah. So it is. I see it as the 7th state, and that's the reason why you guys are not even talking. Kwara is the 7th state. It's the 7th state of the southwest. If you ask the ones who
Delta to that's a higher percentage of Igbos. Always vote in the same direction.
1 second.
All right. Let Prince take the floor back. Prince, yeah.
Joe, your argument is not really. I'm not going to say maybe it's a crafty argument because, for example, so they give Southeast the 6 states based on your argument about the Igbos you have in in Delta and maybe in the South. Okay, they give you the 6 states. So there comes the Northerners and the Southwesterners. Okay, we need the 7th state and the 8th state. Do you have something against that? And
yes,
if not, would you demand an additional state also?
Yes, no, nobody's talking about additional. If we have a 6th state, I mean, we cannot continue with the madness, right? We already have. Hold on, we already have that 7th state. What we are talking is about equity. When we get to full equity, then everybody is good. Even the 7 in the Southwest is even questionable. I am telling you, this is how politics is played. This is why they will tell you that they have more votes in the North than in the South. You guys should just open up. It's not about if you look beyond, if you look at the bigger picture, you won't be asking me this question. Right? If I say let me take away 1 or 2 states from the Southwest today, you will see people cry. Why? Because they know the advantage of the number. So let's not come here and make it like because it's the Southeast. No. We need at least, if not for anything, let everybody have 60 states. It's only common sense.
Job, because you were trying to make your argument earlier before you change your position about trying to incorporate Igbo-speaking areas of around the Igbo land as part of your.
I stand by it.
To justify the 6 states. See, by the way, I think at the end of the day, I do agree with you. Just like I said, for peace, let's just give the Southeastern the 6th state and let's move on.
Equity, fairness.
For equity, if equity, yes. Let's do that. Equity, and let's move on. Because I mean, because it's an argument that's never ending. Because if you look at your geographical side, the state that you occupy, the Southwest can also demand an additional 1 or 2 more states, and of course the Northerners can demand 10 states. We know that. So let's not go on the argument.
If we are using land mass as the basis of the argument, look at your state now. There's 3. You can carve it into 3, and it still be 3 large states.
I think what are you people talking about? They can use land mass for basis of creating more states. Who does more that?
States, but that's Joel's argument. Now, is that not the argument Joel is presenting?
No. It's coming from equity.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking. I said leave the land alone.
I agree with him on that point.
It's about fairness. And it also affects us. It also affects us as Southerners. And it also affects us as Southerners as well. Whenever we are going to talk about, they'll be like, oh, we have 19 or 20 states in the north, and the south has this. It makes our leaders now go to the valley.
You have
The
Nashville.
valley for
In my
what?
own opinion, I think a lot of the states, they're not even viable to have any kind of internal
My
general
brother,
revenue.
Mr. Prestige,
You
stop
can't
talking
depend
like
on
someone
state
from San Diego.
allocation. And
Okay.
most of the states are very
Mr.
small, in my own
Before we
opinion.
go to the next
Man
topic,
of Prestige, forget this of
move
San
on to the
Diego.
next topic.
All right. Let's get back to Prince.
Yeah, one final point on this section here to Prestige and Emily Jewel. Do you think the size, the land mass of a region commensurate
Should
with?
I put up the map? Should I put up the map? So let me put up the map. Carry on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Put up the map, one man.
Do you think?
Even if you look, sorry, Mr. Prince. Even if you look at the map, the northern states looks even bigger on the map. But if you look at the southeastern states, they are just small on the map. Please, you can put up the map, please.
All right, carry on. Let me just dig a good one up. Yeah. Carry on, Prince.
Oh yeah. So my question was that: do you think the allocation of the amount that each state or region makes should be proportional to their growth? That means that the development in terms of infrastructure. Yeah, meaning, if the size is smaller, then there should be more infrastructure built in that area.
Okay, my question, my answer to that would be, I'll answer that with a question. Should we shut down the states in the southwest that is not viable because they are not very, very viable? Should we start shutting down states in the southwest, like Ekiti State and Ondo, and should we just shut them down? My point is this: let us play the politics. If we have to play the politics, then we play the politics. I don't really look at the maps. You know the reason why? Because sometimes these maps can be deceiving. Just like when you look at the American map, you look at the North American map, right? And you look at Africa, you be like, oh my God, Africa is this little. But these things were done, to really change the perception of us. Looking at our place or looking at America as a very big, massive place. Meanwhile, we all know that America and Africa are not the same. Are not the same size.
All right. Joe, you are saying to cut bits of Delta State, cut bits of River State, cut bits of Akwa Ibom, and cross rivers.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying? Or you just think
we've been calling for Orashi states. We've been calling for Orashi states, right? That's where I'm coming from. So when you are if you're calling for Orashi state, it means that you have to take like part of Oguta, which is part of Imo State. Then
all right, no. So sorry, don't take us through all of it. But the wider point, even if we say Kogi and Kwara, they are still part of Yoruba land. If we look at the north, I think they can eat up the southwest, the southern part twice over, can they not? So you can see why they have more states.
That is landmass. This all you are seeing there is sand, and they don't even have money. So please, let us please.
Can I make a statement, please, Oman? Can I make a statement?
Yeah, good to see you, BT. Yeah,
good here. Joel of National is playing politics. You know what he's doing. Because he talks about fairness and equity, and one can even make an argument that we even need to shrink that 5 to about 2 or 3. Because even
I agree with you. Some southeastern states actually should be merged. Yeah,
even in the southwest.
This is about because
hold on. Even in the southwest, we've talked about the Ekiti and maybe Oshun. They need to shrink it to really just make them a state. Because if you say if your argument is fairness and equity, and they give you one more state, there is still no fairness and equity because Northwest has 7 states. So if your argument is fairness and equity, you should be arguing for 2 more states, and everybody should get one, excluding the Northwest, and everybody has 7. That would be the real equity, right, and fairness. So your argument about fairness with 1 state does not hold because Northwest will still have 7 states.
Babati, stop making this thing about. Look, it is politics, and I'm telling you the obvious. Can I take away 1 state from you in the southwest?
Now you said fairness and equity. That was your argument, and I'm saying If they give you 1, right, that would be 6. But
Yes.
Northwest has 7. So how is that?
It does not matter. It does not matter. Majority of us are 6.
So
let us take it to 6.
No, hold on. So you said you should be arguing for 2 states. If you're after fairness and equity, then the argument is for 2 states, not 1.
No, Southeast has the
one man. What I'm just saying is this, right? My statement is simple. Let us get to the minimum of every other region first. Then, am I the only one sticking for the 7? Are you not on 6? Why don't you stick the 7 states? Is it only the Southeast? We are saying that let us get our own 6 states first. Let us be at minimum with everybody. Then anybody that is going for the 7 states should go for the 7 states.
So your argument about fairness and equity, I know you. If you say fairness and equity, that encompasses the whole of Nigeria. So you can't speak about in vacuum about Southeast when discussing equity and fairness. I hope you know that. So if you're discussing fairness and equity,
how? What do you mean by that?
Let me finish. Hold on, please. If you're discussing fairness and equity in relation to what you're discussing, it cuts across because it has to across the nation, because that is the only way you can make a logical argument for the so-called equity you speak of. So in fairness and equity across Nigeria, if you have one state, like you said, that is 6, Northwest has 7. So that is not equity.
Why are you comparing me with Northwest? You are on 6. Why are you in the Southwest not talking about?
You are not making an that is you. You are the one agitating for an extra state.
That is making the case
now, and I am saying that I am biased. That I want to get to the minimum of majority of the regions.
Joel, wait, don't take it yourself. You can make the case for a 6 state, but you cannot say it's for equity and fairness. You can
it's a matter of semantics. Those are matter of semantics. All I'm just saying is just this: that every other region has 6 states minimum. Let us get to our minimum of 6. Then the 7th one, if we do not like it, the Yorubas will speak out, the South will speak out, because every one of you are on 6. Every one of us will speak out. But for now, let the Southeast get to 6 states and let us know that we are balanced. What is wrong in that?
Let me just say this. Do you know that there's a very strong argument going on for Kaduna South State? And I think that's even with the parliament.
Nigeria does not need. We have too many states. Nigeria does not need more states. We have too many states. Efficiency is what we need across the board. You don't need to start creating more problems. So asking for, it's all political, because it's thinking, we're going to have more seats in the House and in the Senate, so we have more state, more saying. That's what it's really arguing for. If it's really honest, that is what it's really arguing for. It's not about some.
Yeah, but is that not a legitimate argument, though? That's a legitimate.
It can be small and powerful. Remember,
you can't be small and powerful if you don't have the full complement in parliament. Now,
your economy.
Wait a minute, guys.
Forget politics.
I don't know why we're going on all this rabbit hole. More state is not needed in Nigeria. The state we have right now, they're not economical, viable. Why are we asking for more state? Is that the problem of Nigeria?
Yeah, you don't need.
I don't see the purpose.
Prestige, you're right. We don't need more states. Nigeria needs about 18 or 9 or between 12 and 18 states. It's about.
I just thought it's too. I thought it's too many states already in Nigeria.
Man of Prestige, I don't blame you, sir. When you don't know and you don't want to know, you tell us to know. It's on you. All I'm just telling you is this. Tomorrow we cannot cry about marginalization if we are not talking about the number of people representing us. At least when we get in there in the National Assembly and all that, 3 people,
how's that going to solve marginalization? Tell me, can you educate me how that's going to solve marginalization?
No, but that is part of the marginalization now. I thought
the marginalization is not having enough national infrastructure in that part of country.
Hold on, Joel, hold on. That's part of the things that denies you access. You don't have the representation to push for federal assets in your place. So you have the least complements of all of the regions in parliament. So you don't have the voice. And that's where the marginalization actually comes from. Because you don't have the you don't have a voice at the top table. Yeah.
An additional parliament, is gonna make you, to have more power in the
It's
assembly in
going to
order to
make you
get
have more power.
more
It is
economical
only
value.
common sense. It is even here. You normally see they say the vote. Why do you think that the southeastern representatives or leaders do go out and beg? Because they don't have the numbers. The numbers are important. You're talking about infrastructure, whatever thing you want to, they're going to vote to it. If you are less, you're 3 people less, or 2 rep less, or 3 senator less, and about 3 rep less, how do you think you're going to get to push those things across? You will always be kabu man. You always go there to beg. I mean, I beg, one man, I don't want to keep it that
Joe, by the way, before you before you take some land from other states to form this new state of yours, shouldn't you have a referendum to ask them if they really want to join you? I mean, you can't force people to join a state they don't want. Ask them first before you this imposition thing. So, but I'm not buying this. I need for more states in the Southeast. You don't need more states. Maybe you need about 2 or 3 states. That's about it.
All right, brilliant. But back to you, Prince.
All right, well, yeah, that topic is exhausted. So what's next?
All right. This one now. So this is the headline piece, and we're somewhat conflated on how we're positioned. It's really this. It was just an aside in a long interaction with media that Alan Oyema had, but he was citing the example, and then he came up with earning 200,000 naira monthly in Nigeria better than £2,000 in London. And we've been going back and forth on that. I'm with him. I'm with him on that comment. But how do you digest this?
Yeah, he's a businessman. He probably has some empirical data supporting his conclusion or coming up with that number of the numbers. In looking at it, it's I can agree with him actually because 2K in London for maybe a single person, they could try to, I don't know, roommates and manage, but for a family, it's not going to work at all. I think you know that. So, but 200K for a single person in Nigeria is plenty, and even for a family, they can somehow get by. I mean, I don't know the details about the money for if he's talking about individuals or for a family, but I think 200K in Nigeria can go a lot further. It's a monthly in Nigeria. Yeah, on average, it should go. I mean, maybe if you remove Lagos and maybe some other couple of other states, 200K on average in Nigeria, I think will go very far. But for most people, even I'm talking about as a family, actually, I think.
Sorry, Prince. Quick question: that 200K and 2K, is that gross or net?
I mean, I'm going to say as take home. I just take home. Let's say they have 2K.
He's talking about take home. He was talking about take home.
So not okay
yeah,
because
take home monthly.
Because you that 2K will be like 1K, but that they're done with you. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that 2K. Yeah. So that number looks pretty good actually. 200K. I think there's plenty. Even in Lagos, there's a lot of ways you can manage that fund, that money actually.
But Prince Daddy,
to the point,
Prince Daddy, look at where he lost. Look at where he lost me. It's when he stated that 200K, like he properly stated, that's good enough. But he said you can have a nanny, you can have a housekeeper and all that kind of things.
He overstated it.
Right, that's where he got. Yeah, that's where he lost.
No, but maybe he did, but not quite. No, not quite, because you don't need like a full-time nanny. You don't need a full-time, what do you call it, a washerman, the person that comes to do your laundry, right? You don't need a full-time.
You can have a driver too and a car. Put that into your consideration.
Well, on the driving the car.
Hey,
I don't know how much do you pay a driver a month. I mean, if it's a full-time driver, I'm assuming it's a part-time driver. Okay, if you pay that
Yes.
person 20, 30, well, 25K a month on part-time basis, right? If you can buy a decent car, making I don't know 25K a month on a monthly payment, maybe squeezing it. I mean, that's living like a luxurious life actually. That's kind of pushing it. I'm not even going that far as getting a driver and this other stuff. No, I think that's pushing it. 200K. I think my brother actually pays that much for his driver, if not more, actually. So I don't know about that. So, but yeah, for a family, yeah, you can do it decently. You know, you can live in Nigeria, but
Prince, what is controversial about what he said? I don't know why people are taking that out. The guy makes sense now. 200K in Nigeria is more than 2K in the UK. So in London. So what's the controversy?
That's what I said, though.
Yeah.
I don't know
Anybody
what
abroad, they always take
well, the
out the
controversy is that
statement as
you
negative.
can't have
No,
can't have
because he said in Nigeria, if I live in a kitty with 200K, that's a lot of money, man. In a kitty.
You are a king, sir.
but Babati, he made that
In Ibadan.
statement generally. How many people earn 200 in village and some other
No,
places?
forget how many people did. No, stay with the
It's not
price.
about the number.
Hold on, forget about the number. He said 200K is what is the benchmark here. So if you earn that money
not
in
about how many
APC
people earn.
or in Songota or in E4, you are balling, man.
In fact, you can live in a penthouse in Ibadan.
EQ, you are going too far.
All right.
One man,
yes.
You can't live in a penthouse in Ibadan if you earn 200K.
I don't know, Ibadan. It's not as it once was. So
maybe in Okeho.
I can tell you actually because we have somewhat of a mini estate in Felele, and I think the average rent that we're collecting is about about 300 something. I think, yeah.
So good place.
So Ibadan is that poor?
It's not poor. It's not poor now.
I was thinking that
300,000 flats. Where in Felele?
Felele layout now.
He said in Felele.
What
where in Felele again?
Somebody
said in Alimosho. You say where in Alimosho?
No. See. The point is this: if you are using outdated data, just to judge
I'm talking about my family's estate.
Mama, you're talking about rich people owner. I'm talking about
although we've never really reviewed their rent, so I don't know. Maybe we should have.
We don't have monopoly of Ibadan. Let's just keep it that way. I know they talk.
No, I'm not saying monopoly. I'm talking about my own personal something. I'm not saying whatever obtains. But then we have some house in Oworonshoki as well, and I think we are only charging them about maybe 400 something.
What?
Yeah. So we just.
I'm wondering.
Our tenants are long standing, so we don't tend to.
No, I'm really interested in that type of house, because I have my own reason for saying that. 400K. What in the as at 2024? I'm interested in seeing the picture of that house. To be honest, I'm not doubting you, but you must be very kind. To be honest.
I don't know. I'll have to double check. I'm not sure if it's. I don't think it has been increased.
Which kind of apartment is it? Is it face me and face you? Or
no, face me and face you. There are 3-bedroom flats
in Oroshoki.
Yes,
and they are paying how much?
I have to double check now, but I think it's about 400 and something. Yeah.
Yes. Even in Alimosho, a 3-bedroom flat will cost more than that.
How much will they cost? Hold on. How much will they cost in Alimosho?
It's costing about 500,000.
Yeah, so it's still in the ballpark.
Yes, above 500,000.
My dad died about 18 years ago thereabout, and the tenants that are there, he was the one that put them in there. So we don't have until they leave, we can't really review. So it's just it's almost like a let it go sort of a thing, you know. But let me take you to this space.
One man,
Prince.
they're playing about abracadabra on your family.
How do you mean?
Yes, now they are using juju. These people have become a tenant owner.
No, don't worry. They try to
one
document.
Man, I'm even on
They
one
become
side
tenant
of it
owner.
now. Do you know what?
Yes, now.
Let
me ask you. If I check my email now, if I check my email, I'll probably get the right figures.
Choice area, central area.
Wait now.
Between island and the mainland.
One bedroom flat at Orosoki as it presently speak is 800,000 naira per year.
Orosoki and Bagada, they
as
are
at 2012, as at 2012, two bedroom boys quarter at Oregon was going for 500,000. As at 2012.
You know, we have a house in Oregon as well, and I don't think the tenants pay up to. Anyway, I'll have to look at the details again. If I check my email,
Oregon guy too now. So
if I
alone now, one man like a butter doesn't know what's going on.
No, if I check my email, because I always get an email report annually.
Don't allow these people to push you. Don't let them push you to where you will start putting hardship on those people.
I want any BIB.
Check email. Me say I'll get to the. I'll get to the proper. I'll get to the.
I want Kabi.
I'll get to the proper
figures. Wọ́n tafa sáwọn ẹlẹ́ni tó ń manage ara wọn. So don't let them push you.
Problem what's your problem? Keep the rent to the one man. Good job, by the way, one man.
No. In fact, Timba, if you give me a moment, if I check, because I get annual report. If I check my email now, I can give you exact figures. But whilst I'm doing that, let me take you to the space, Prince. So this is I'm not quite sure how the northern space can still, and this speaks to you as well, BQB. I'm not quite sure why the northern space can still maintain this sort of religion that they practice there. Because firstly, we heard about a week or so, not about a couple of months ago, that they were now opening Saudi Arabia up for alcohol. And now this headline, Prince, Saudi Arabia to participate in Miss Universe pageant, or however that word is pronounced, for the first time. So what are you then making then of from Riyadh with love that we're seeing coming up? Did you think this would ever happen?
Why not? You know, this Middle Eastern what do I put it? People. These people, they are perverse, man. I know everything's gonna eat in whatever they wear, but you know, this is not beyond them. It's the way we look at them, really, from the outside, and especially the Africans that practice their religion, they take it to the extreme. But it's not far off. I mean, if you know what they do, I mean, outside of the country, even their country, actually, they engage in so many, you know, really perverse things. And but being able to like openly now engage in beauty pageants, it's not a big stretch, really. Given now, I think it was the last couple of months or so, you talked about how alcohol will now be sold in certain part of Saudi Arabia. Maybe you or Simba that talked about it. So this is just a gradual step towards their complete perversity eventually, which is not really far from their heart, quite frankly. It's not far from their heart. I think, you know, many of the leaders, they are westernized. They enjoy, love, and relish Western cultures and ideas. These people, they live it. They love everything Western. I mean, they try to emulate the Western culture in every way possible. So what makes you think they won't indulge this far? and beyond this. So this is within their reach. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. So yeah, it's good for them. It may be good for business too, I guess.
All right,
Yeah,
all right.
let me just say something to you.
So sorry. Let me
Let me say something to
me
this.
let
You are not
me
correlating that to Nigeria. Why is Nigeria different? What kind of Muslim, what kind of Islam are they practicing? I mean, in the northern part of Nigeria. Why not correlate it to what you want to
sorry.
say?
Before you make that correlation, let me just make a quick correction because I've just gone into my email now. It's actually 700,000, not 400. This one is paying
So
700, one is paying
700 is
600. Yeah,
700
so
looks
that's
acceptable.
more consistent. And let me
Yes.
check the Ibadan is 380 per flat.
So that
Yeah,
one too
per flat.
looks. So
All right. So
let me
yeah,
just quickly
let me revise that. But yeah, carry on.
make statement about this Saudi Arabia thing. So Saudi Arabia especially, we have a young leader, somebody that is not up to 40 years. So he's in tune with current reality
The butcher of Khashoggi.
of a
Yeah,
young person.
Yes.
Is in tune with the reality of a young person in terms of music, cinema, sport. All those things are what an average young person does. That is why all sporting events are being hijacked with so much finances. Talking about car racing, boxing. I know so many boxing fights they've hosted in Saudi Arabia now, almost 3 or 4. So, and even the middle class category also. So talk about Formula One. In fact, they've gotten the contract for Formula One. I think they were 10 years or 15 years. They are also in a race for the World Cup, the Football World Cup also. So they are into entertainment also. So that is what is changing now. Now,
Sorry. The reporter that the beheading is at an all-time high also in Saudi Arabia.
that is what there's what I want to tell you is that the way Western media portrays Saudi Arabia is not the way it is. Especially for anybody even in the West that has been to Saudi Arabia will know West is totally not fair about them. If you read any news about Saudi Arabia before you go to Saudi Arabia, you always feel everything negative, and that is West propaganda. So some of us that have the opportunity to come to this country to work there, we know the West propaganda. Everything about them is good. Imagine a Western report rating democracy in.
Yeah, you're talking like a man that there's a man stood at your back with a luger. Are you in Riyadh? You are in Riyadh right now. Are you speaking under
I
duress?
just wanted to give you an example. I just wanted to give you an example that a Western report rating democracy is rated better in Niger than in India. So I'm just giving you an example. So having said that, the young king is bringing out some of those archaic old rules and changing it.
He's
For
not a
instance,
king yet. He's a prince still.
he's the prime minister. He's the de facto leader. He's the one ruling because the king is actually old. So we know he's the one in charge. So the all those old rule that is based on purely Islamic injunction, some of them are being changed. For instance, the women are not allowed to drive before. Now, women are driving. Women are not allowed to travel without a male guardian. Now they are being allowed. So there are so many new development in terms of being literally a free society for people to make their decision and live their life normally. So I think this is just one of those points. So it's not really a big deal for somebody that is inside.
DQB is a big deal.
I think that's just what I need to say
So
about it.
for a Saudi woman to be in a
But the way
beauty,
they practice their own
they
Islam in
have
the
to wear
north,
bikini
I do.
from
I do.
puda to bikini.
DQB, you
Yeah.
know why it's a big deal is this. I'm relating this into what is happening in Nigeria, because if there's any lesson for us to learn, we should learn today that we can't be holier than those people that brought those religions. That is why I don't believe that Christianity, for example, is a religion, right? I believe it's a way of life. Now, how do I mean integration? Look at these people now. We wanted to host a Miss World. Some people, they started creating crisis. What could have boosted the economy? They kill it. Oh, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. Now, look at those people that are the custodians of that religion. See what they are doing. You want to travel to Mecca, the same country you are traveling to, what you are saying you should not do in your country, they are doing in there. So what does that tell you? Religion is just a control mechanism. I mean, probably they realize that people are getting wiser now. They can have some kind of empirical proof that some of these things are no longer important. I will give you an example. In Yoruba land, they will say, oh, a kid should not stand on the road because there could be thunderstorm, bara. No, all those ones were just like a way to control people. Say, okay, if it's raining and someone is coming from outside and a small kid is is at the entrance, if the person just collide with that small kid, you know what can happen. So they just do something to scare you, to control you. So these are the way to you have some kind of doctrine, some kind of folk tales that they've already incorporated in religion for people to control people. So if this is happening and this person that is introducing all this is not even a king yet, it's a prince, and they are accepting, then those people in our northern part of the country that this, I think they are learning. That's what I see there. So I relate this one to our country, not even Saudi Arabia. So I think if they won't tell these people that they don't know what they are doing. So that's just my own perspective of the situation.
All right, brilliant.
Now,
back to please.
Yeah. Well, see, this is what usually happens when a culture or people adopt maybe a language, a religion, or other people's way of life. When the host place that they learn from or adopt the language or culture from, when they update or move in a different direction, the people that adopted that culture or tradition don't tend to go at the same pace. So, you can say maybe in northern part of Nigeria, they practice the most strictest form of Islam. And the origin of the religion itself, they seem to be more liberal and even more westernized, close to the Western people, compared to those that adopted their religion. This is a classic case of an institution. When an institution changes and we do not recognize the change and continue to ascribe certain characteristics and quality to that institution, whereas that institution is not what it used to be and should be reevaluated. It's classic. So again, not surprised about Saudi Arabia and what they're doing. They're very capitalistic in a lot of things they do. Somebody said earlier, in sports, from boxing to racing. Now it's they're living their lives. It's us that we caught up in whatever we're doing. And there's nothing wrong in adopting new things from other people, other culture. But what do you make of it is the question. We just like to copy, but we don't build on it. It's maybe it's a black man's thing. I don't know. But anyway.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more space and then we move the conversation on. I was going to go to Ajane Koko unless it's happy for me to go to Zita first. But let me take you to this space. I'm not sure if you've been following this story or not, but this is the narrative of Gbenga Daniels' son. Gbenga Daniels, former governor of whichever state. So on his way to whichever country he's going to, he pops into the KFC at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, only to be turned back. Do you know why he was turned back? Because he was on a wheelchair. No wheelchairs allowed, is what they said to him. So he's posted that out on Twitter, and then the country seems to have picked it up. So the Federal Aviation Authority, they immediately went to shut down KFC in Muritala Mohammed International Airport, invited them to issue a public apology, and then to put up a policy position notice on the doors of that restaurant before they're allowed to reopen. So this now opens up the space of disability in Nigeria. So are you following this story, and what's your take on it?
No, not been following the story, but I heard, I think, Prestige's opinion on it earlier. But that response we saw that you just read out, it's a classic response from a Nigerian place. That's just trash. I mean, so all along they had a policy. Is it right or wrong? That's what we should be debating. They had a policy on their entrance. No wheelchair allowed. Okay. If the states, the aviation ministry, or whomever government official think that was counter the law in any way, shape, or form, then they should have protested against that and have it changed before they had this young man show up there. But they didn't do that. So they turned the young man away, and they had to shut him down. I don't think they should have shut him down. Yeah, maybe a fine, but a fine for what is the question, really. I'm not even sure what the problem is right now. The fact that they turned somebody away that was on a wheelchair.
Discrimination.
But then, obviously, so the KFC did not know that it's a discriminatory practice to turn away someone in the wheelchair, or they had an exception to that rule. I don't know. It's somewhat convoluted. I don't want to get emotional about it. Let's analyze the matter and break down its different components to address the issue. It appears that KFC person owner is at fault here, but again, they had it posted. So from the onset, if they were breaking the law, how come that issue was not addressed in the first place? They didn't address it until something happened, which usually happens for us as human beings. Something has to go wrong before we make correction to it. I understand. But drastic action of closing down the store and public apology and all this other stuff, I don't know about that.
Sorry, Prince. They did not have it posted, though. I'm not sure if they did have it posted or not, but the staff told him to leave, that no wheelchair was allowed. Then they closed down the restaurants, the aviation authority, and invited them to issue a public apology to the young man, one, and then to put a notice. So it's the authorities is now telling them to put a notice on their window to state what their policy is on that. So they did not have a notice of in the first instance.
Okay, it seems somewhat convoluted. There's always, for every public space, there's always an operational manual in limited display there, and any business for that matter operating in Nigeria should know that they cannot discriminate against a disabled person if that is part of the law. They should know that, and if they knew that, and they did that to the young man, yeah, they should be punished. And if it's clearly stated, though, in the law that, hey, if you did this, your business will be shut down, then rightfully so, should be shut down. So if that's the case, but somehow, some way, it just, just like, every, most employees or employers, we all don't know the laws of the company and the bylaws and the state and federal laws. So there's probably an employee they just saw this young man and turned him away, not knowing the law. So, and of course, and that is not an excuse for the business not to be punished, justifiably so, because if your employees do not know the law or how to operate, it falls on lack of training of your employees and equipping them with the right tools to be successful at the workplace. So. That's what happened, and I'm glad if that's been the case. I'm glad it shut down the business. So it should send a signal to the owners and other employers as such. But again, the whole scenario looks like a Nigerian thing, the way they respond. Yeah, they should continue to educate business owners, especially those that cater directly to the public, to know about this and make certain provisions. Just like in the West, one man, there are you have to build a certain kind of a entrance or ramp for people with wheelchair or disabled people to be able to navigate and get into your business and out. It is a requirement in some parts of city code if you have your business. Maybe we're not there yet. We're not there yet, and it costs money too. Honestly, everything costs money. So they have to retrofit their business driveway and make
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we would have that instituted in law, but as ever, the laws never. But I cannot imagine that we would not have, as part of building regulations for public buildings, that they should embedded access for people with disability. I think that's just basic stuff, and I'm pretty sure that we have it as a requirement. Of course, not one that is adhered to.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think also in Nigeria, actually, I think we have quite a few. If it's not non-profit, quite a few organizations and even government intervention, especially I think in Lagos State, I've heard that cater to people with disability, and this man of God that's passed away now, T.B. Joshua Wright, it was big on trying to help people with disability a lot, like not just by spiritual stuff. I'm talking about physically, buying them wheelchairs and all kinds of motorized vehicles or tools for them to use, actually taking care of their welfare. And I think it's a big thing. I think it's well known, but it's employees do make mistakes. I don't know why, but it is what it is. I'm glad it's all taken care of. But does it have to be the son of a? Is it bring it down? Was a former governor, right? The governor.
Yes, it was a former governor, I think, of Ogun State, or thereabout.
Yeah, does it have to be his son before we get things situated? But that is life. At least we get something done. Thank you, man.
All right, Bilan. All right, Bilan. So let's go from you, Prince, to let's go to Zita, just to before she falls asleep. So Zita, you're
come to me one mind. You said after.
All right. Let's come to Ajane Koko then. We come to Ajane Koko then after Ajane Koko Zita. So Ajane Koko, pick it up from where Prince left it off. The Benga Daniel space. It is just the last place you want to have any disability is a place like Nigeria. It's already a harsh environment for an able-bodied person, but imagine life on a wheelchair on the streets of Lagos.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think I blame the government for this problem. I mean, at international airport, I think every business outfit at international airport should be conducted or run with, international standard, international rules and standard. I think that is the way it should be at the international airport. So, Nigerian state failed to conform with the standard and the rule on how business should be conducted within and around international airport. So, if the rules have been put in place by the government there, that just the way we have it here, and many other places we've traveled to, where disabled have equal right with every other human being, the able one. So that situation would have been prevented, but because Nigerian authority failed to put in place the rules, so that is what is responsible for that action by the KFC against that what about former governor's son. So I blame Nigeria for it. But at the same time, the complaint was made, and they took action. And I hope that this will push them to start, even within the country, every business, how do I say it?
Building approvals you're supposed to
Building,
have, but the code supposed to, do they have the code or they're not following the code? Is what the question is.
I don't know. So
They must have the code because it's such a basic requirement. They must be part of.
But even the public transport, the way it's designed is not even conducive for people with disabilities. They don't follow those things in Nigeria. You don't see ramps. You don't see
they don't follow it. It's not.
And it's such an easy fix. All you'd have to do is just create a little. You have the steps, and you just build something that somebody can just maneuver up with the wheelchair. But have you seen the spectacle of people being lumped on a wheelchair and then they carry them and they're up a flight of stairs in just the loss of dignity and all? I mean, it's just a silly. Just put ramps. It only just cement.
Look at even the new train that they are building in Lagos. They have all these overhead passes, and there's no ramp for wheelchairs now. You don't see that.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure there will be for the trains.
No. I mean the building itself, the overhead passes where you can cross from one side of the bridge to the other. They have. I think they have elevators, right? When they have elevators, but they don't have like ramps and. So even our public structure system, I don't know why. So I'm asking, do we have the codes in the law, or we don't have it at all? That we're not following. Which one is it? I'm not sure. I don't know.
I would like to imagine that we do have the code, because it's very difficult to imagine that they don't. Yeah.
If they have it, they enforce it to work. You can't see it anywhere. It's only BKB saying that, well, if you go to Alausa, the government building, they have it there. But if you go to other businesses, private business places, you can't see any place that is disabled, accessible. How do I say it? Accessible for the disabled. You can't see it in any building, across the country, and that is not good. So our government should be blamed. They are the ones that they are not doing their job well. But in the case of this boy, as I said, his complaint was made, and they are carrying out boju boju action. I hope they will start to see what they can do about it, particularly at the airport.
But that's even worse now. That's even worse now. Airport of all places.
Our airport, for God's sake. So that means that even if you go to the bathroom there, it's not accessible to the disabled. I mean, what is it? Why can't we just do things right? Why can't we do things right? I mean, I don't know, but is it because is the son of the governor? Is that why they are taking action? If we are to be ordinary Nigerian, would they have taken action like that? Except if we had
Abroadarians.
ní kíbi ọlọ́run ló jẹ́ kíbi ìṣe wá lè ṣe já ó ní except if we Abroadarians shout on social media, maybe maybe they could take action, but but they have done well. I mean, for taking action, for sanctioning that business, directing it to make public apology and do some things right there is good. So I hope they can enforce. They can start to put it into practice. Try to make sure that every businesses or every business outfit within the airport have comply with this international rules and standard that there should be there should be disabled access or something like that.
Disabled parking spaces. You know, America here, you have parking spaces for this. They have all these things that they have for them if you are moving anywhere.
Oh no, but are you saying the airports are disabled people friendly? They have all those amenities already there? Because I don't remember seeing at Lagos Murtala Mohammed. I don't remember seeing
that's what it's saying, that they don't have it there. It's not, they're not following those codes that you're supposed
so
to
why
have.
they go so hard on KFC then? They themselves, they don't do it. They don't have the support for the disabled people.
We just don't care for the disabled. We don't care. I mean, people that are able, they don't even care for them. We are talking about disabled. So it's just we are just look, we are just one kind of people. But I mean, we should.
I mean, look at even in the hospital here. If you cannot see, they have the brick thing where you can hold. They have for the blind, they have for the deaf, they have they have many things for many disabled people. If you are blind, if you're deaf, if you can't, they have all these arrangements for them.
Oh,
yes. Can speak, if you can't speak the English language, they have something. They have different things. But Nigeria, I don't know. We don't even care about. It's just me. I don't know what kind of.
They don't care about you that is disabled. What's up with disabled?
Man, you Nigerians
it's a funny place, man.
No, and everything takes time now. Even the West, they didn't just wake up overnight and start caring for disabled people. It took. If you look in their law, you probably see the laws protecting disability.
No, don't give excuses. All this, don't give excuses. What do you mean take time?
It's true now. I mean,
what is
it takes time.
I mean, it's not a big deal now. It's something that is very easy to be done. So it's not a big this thing now. We are talking about
actually, two things actually.
Airports, for God's sake. Airports,
but we're talking about making accommodation.
That is the the first part of. I mean, how do I describe it? When people are coming to your country, that is the first place when they landed. That is where they will know how your country functions. That is how they will know whether you are a welcoming country or whether you are a harsh country or whether you are not friendly. Whether it's a country that a good country that is friendly to foreigners. At the airport.
If you come to New York, you would think America is not friendly. JFK is not a friendly place for most people.
I don't agree with you. That's not true. Come on, man.
It's true.
Do you live in New York? I've been there several times. I passed through the airport there, and it was nice. They're very friendly. Everything is well, the well outlined, and the directive sign. Everything is there, and if you need help, you get help immediately, easy.
Well, because you're traveling to American passport, if they grab you, they don't mess around anyway. That's not the point. Say, there's one thing to discriminate. I don't understand that KSC thing, quite frankly. The person on wheelchair, they're like, no, don't come here. We don't want your kind. But another thing to require businesses to make accommodation for people that are disabled. like building ramps and things like that. That action by the KFC staff was kind of silly. They just didn't want a disabled person there. And we Africans, by the way, we black people, we tend to be more harsh, or we discriminate against people with disability. We shoot them off much easier than others. We look down on them.
But we are more educated people as Nigerian now. We are international, citizens. We are more
including the KFC worker, right?
We are more exposed. I mean, we are talking about the people in charge. They are more exposed. We are more exposed than other African countries. We know the way things are run around the world. So why can't we run it better and make it work like other part of the world? But it's just that we are hearing this. They are taking that action because of that guy, the son of governor, and he tweeted, and fellow governors or government official felt embarrassed, and that's why they are taking this action. But it is good as well that at least they have done something about it, and I hope that
Babaja.
Yes, sir.
Babaja, good evening.
Yeah.
The issue regarding the disabled guy is only being pushed out there because of who the father is. We have a long history of ignoring those with disability. In fact, those living with what is this one? This leprosy. Do you see how they treat those people? In fact, I know because there's a place in the southeast. If you're going on Onishowe Road, they come out to the road to beg. Right? They put them in the bush, and where they put them, nobody goes there. So we have a long history of treating people with disability wrongly. However, we have to ask ourselves the question: have we treated the ones with the able-bodied ones? Have we treated them right? It's just like you talking about dogs. People start talking about animal rights in Nigeria. Animal rights for what? There are certain things we don't. There are certain things we do not import.
Human being don't get right. They talk of animal.
Human being never chop. They talk about dogs. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the thing. So that's the because even here, what I found out is this, and it just come on governor strategy. If I come in a place and there is tarred roads everywhere, I will start with something else. If I come in a place and there is no tarred road, I'll start with tarring the road. So my point is that if Nigerians were able to take care of the able-bodied people, then we can start thinking about the disabled people. Then it will now go down because people will start to prove a point at any time they come into power. Oh, now we might have to do animal rights. You see, we take it, but in Nigeria, my problem is that in Nigeria, we do not have anything progressive. Our laws are not. We cannot say, oh, this one is the one we did right, and this one is we are known for this. Everything is like we're taking one step forward, 10 steps backward, or 10 steps forward, one step. It's not organized, right?
Sure.
So every few days.
No, I was going to say we have to treat we can't say well let's treat able-bodied people first and disabled people and then they come next. No, they have to be looked at as just a regular human being with special needs in terms of their accommodation, right?
No, you don't get my point. My point is that look, with the way we are in Nigeria, we have not finished taking care of it. I mean, you're going to know how they're going to take care of the disabled after you see how they are treating the ones that are able-bodied. That is my point.
Okay, well, that's the point.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's the thing. So in Nigeria, if we say that we are a progressive nation, and we have accomplished certain landmarks, right? Then we can say, oh, I mean, there's nothing wrong with treating everybody the same, even with the animal. We can play ball and chew gum. However, if you have not taken care of the ones that are able-bodied, with all these things going on in Nigeria, Why would they think they will think care of the disabled person? This thing is only out because it's Benga Daniels. If it's not Benga Daniels, I promise you nothing will happen.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So one man, let me leave it there. Let's go to another point. One man.
All right, Bridan. Let's go to the headline on the screen. The Dangote space. So with Dangote now fully, somewhat operational now, there are concerns in Europe that all of these middle-sized to lower-sized refineries that is geared towards the African, especially the Nigerian space, that they are going to be soon out of business. But do you have any sympathy for them?
Well, I wouldn't agree that Dangote's we take. Well, I mean, we push those Europeans.
That's what Reuters is saying. No? A lot of them are geared towards. They're saying a quarter of their export. Some of them actually goes into the Nigerian market.
Yeah, but well, yes, that Dangote is going to give them run for their money. It's going to be a strong competitor in that sector, particularly in Africa, against the European company. But hey, everybody, I mean, all of them. I mean, this. How do I just say? What Dangote is bringing into that sector is competition. So you are going to see a situation where, a very strong competition will set in, and that could possibly bring down the price. That would be to the advantage of every countries in Africa. So Dangote, we have this price, competition in terms of price, to compete with the European counterpart. So I don't think that he can take them out of business. It's just going to have some share of that, in that market, and competition will play out. That's the way I see it. So, but I don't know what Reuters have seen. I don't know what they know, why they, concluded with this report that, that you have brought to us. But what I see that is going to happen is that Dangote will give them a run for their money, and competition will bring in a strong, competing power into the market, and that's going to be favorable for consumers, buyers, and consumers in Africa. So that is what I see. So it's a good thing. It's going to be a good in terms of price. It's going to be a good a good deal for buyers and consumers in Africa. So it is good. Cambodia coming on board is good. It's good for buyers and consumers. That's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant. And finally, Ajanle Koko, let me take you to the Saudi Arabia space. Registering contestants in the Miss Universe pageant. I never thought I would ever see the day, because if you're talking about conservatism, you probably think that's probably one of the most extreme examples of. They don't even, in some instances, allow people to see the face of their women, never mind the rest of their body. And an integral part of all of this beauty pageant, of course, the swimwear. So what are you then making of this turn up for the books, Miss Saudi Arabia? coming to a beauty pageant near you. What are you making of that, Ajane Koko?
Oh, let me tell you this. I don't know. I don't know how the model or the model of their dressing, how the model of their dressing going to be. But what I want to
They
guarantee,
can't change the rules for them now. It has to be consistent with what is known.
I'm not sure if it's going to be in the same model like the way we see in the West, where they open all the body, you see all those crap, all those nonsense, what should be hidden for, what should be precious and hidden for, whoever that married them, that just show in the public, this nasty way of doing, looking for money and famous and all this nonsense. I don't think that they are going to do it. I don't think that they will. Whoever that is representing them will go in that model that we have seen in the West.
Okay. So when it comes to the swimwear category, are they going to make an exception for Miss Saudi Arabia?
No. If you want,
are they going to change the rules of beauty pageants because of the Saudis?
Do you know the power of Saudi in this world? Saudi is a very powerful country, and with the money, they can change the rules for them. They could change the rule for them. You see, you are going to see a situation where they're going to come in their own model that, they still cover part of their body, in such a manner that, it's not going to be too open like the way we see them doing in the West. And they will allow them to compete. So look at the Nigerian lady, that's Hausa lady, that lady from the north that won the Miss Nigerian pageant some times ago. You remember? You remember one man?
Yes, I remember. She was yeah. I remember, but I don't remember that she did not wear swimwear, though. I can't recall.
She covered well. There's a way that she dressed up, not in the traditional, this open of everything that doesn't worth it. She even her hair, she covered up the hair and she did it and she won. You remember that girl? So maybe it's going to be in that. Maybe I know that what Saudi Arabia is doing is the Saudi Arabia is being influenced by the West. The leader they have now, like Bill Kibbe told us earlier, it's a young man, is trying to open Saudi Arabia to the world. And to open Saudi Arabia to the world, you have to go do things the way the world is doing things. So they are participating in these. They are participating in football. They are participating in boxing. I mean, they open up their place for the world to come and invest in their country.
It's not really, if you look at it, I know they have a young leader, but it's not the case of UAE or Dubai, those Emirates that are putting pressure on Saudi Arabia. Because keep in mind, I think they are making a lot of impact in that region and attracting a lot of investors and businesses. And Saudi Arabia has got old money, noble rich. And they're not quite innovative. They've always been dependent on their oil. But when it comes to sports and some other things, they're not really there. So I think most of the pressure from the UAE countries or areas that's putting pressure on them.
Are you saying that they are choosing money over their faith?
Well, money is involved too.
Do you know why I said that? Because I'm wondering what those crazy nuts in the north will be thinking right now. Imagine the Holy Land. How dare they? I mean, I'm not forget Jari. All this.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. Yep.
Yes, you see, yeah, but Prince Daddy, I agree with you. They have seen UAE taking every, you know, I mean, investment opportunity, investment into that region. Majority of them are going to UAE because UAE is like a free land for everybody. Come, no restriction. Come and do whatever you want to do. Bring your investment. If you want to sell alcohol, come and sell your alcohol. Even the king of Dubai, he built a Catholic church for the Christians. You see, so it make all what UAE has done by opening up its own space have brought in so much investment, into UAE. And, we are living in the world where you see, you have to do everything as a country that want to move on, move up with others and compete with others. You have to open up. If you don't open up, for investment, if you don't open up to other parts of the world to come to your country, you are definitely going to be a country of the past. So what this guy is doing is gradually and gently, slowly opening up so that investors can come into their own place. People can come from all over the world. So what you are seeing as Hajj and all those things, that one will still be there, but they still want to make their country more attractive to people all over the world to come in and not to see is that just a religious place. No, it must be for economic activity too.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
If Saudi Arabia does this, what does this do? I mean, the impact that it has on northern Nigeria in terms of them also being forced to open up their own space to allow, the sale of alcohol, for instance, in some part of northern Nigeria, they deny that because of religious reasons. So the need to grow your economy revolves around all the tourism. It revolves
Yes.
around it. So do you think that will change their mindset up north, or they will still remain adamant?
No, it will change their mindset. It will have influence over Muslim nation all over the world because Saudi Arabia is the how do you describe them? They are the holiest place for the Muslim in the world. So when the holiest place, a holiest country, a Muslim country in the world, is now opening up its space for economic activity. So what are you waiting? You're gonna see in other part of the country, in other part of the world, Muslim country rather around the world, they will start to have debate among themselves that look at the people that brought the religion to us. Look at what they're doing. Why can't we do the same too, so that we can open up and create opportunity for our people too? So it's definitely going to influence, a decision. It's going to influence a Muslim country around the world in making decision, to open up their own space and be moderate in the way that they model religion with with their way of life and the way they run their country. They must have to separate it. So what Saudi Arabia is trying to do now is trying to show to Islamic nation that look, yeah, we can still be a Muslim country. We can still, hold our faith very, very strong, while we open up our countries for economic activities and make our country a competitive country in this world. The world is moving. If you don't move along with the rest of the world, you'll be left behind, and you'll be poor. What is driving this world now is economy. If you are left behind in the areas of economic performance, if you are left behind, that is the end. Religion is not going to get you anything. The children of these days, in the next 20 years, what we are having today on religion, people will be more relaxed with religion in the next 20 years. You see our children, the way they think, the way they're doing things is totally different. The way they see life is totally different from us. The conservative life that we are living, they don't want to live conservative life. They want to live free life. They want to be free. They don't want to discriminate among themselves. The Chinese children and the Russian children and American children, they want to be friends. They don't want to do like all of us. They call us boomers. They said we are the trouble. We are the one causing trouble in this world. They don't like it. So this religious discrimination and all this nonsense that is happening in this world now, in the next 20 years, it's not going to be there. A lot of things will be thrown away by these kids that are going to be take over from us. So I think Saudi Arabia, for what they are trying to do, they're just trying to open up their economy for investment. And actually, before the Khashoggi incident happened, they were planning an investment summit. It would have been the biggest, maybe the biggest in the world or in that region, But hey, the Khashoggi something hit that angers everybody around the world. All the investors in the Western world, all of them pull back, and it caused a very serious setback for Saudi Arabia for that investment. They were expecting to move into their country from all over the world. You see, so I think what this guy has adopted since then is to gradually open up, participate in sport, open up for sport activity, open up for some other activities, and it's getting it little by little, and it's just to market their country to the world, particularly Western investors that look at me. Women cannot drive before, now they're driving in my country. Women cannot vote before, now they are voting in my country. Women cannot go to any places or travel out to any part of the world without the permission of their husband or elderly person in their house. Now that one is no more. Women are free to do things wherever they want to go. They don't need to take permission. Within the country, women must take permission to go to any part of the alone by themselves. It was not possible before, but now I think they have relaxed that kind of rule. The women can go to wherever. So, and participation in this pageant, beauty pageant, is another way of showing to women, ladies around the world, and investors in that sector that look, we are part of you. You can even bring your investment. We can provide you with a space here for you to come and host it. Whether we like it, you will see them. They're gonna host it. It's the money. They got the money.
Babaja.
Yes, sir.
My problem is this: if these people participate, then you say, "Now then go to win and they go." That is my problem. That's my only problem.
This boy,
You see, I'm just telling you.
Now them fine pass. Now them fine pass. Wait till they talk. Why talk?
see
Those
this
people
guy,
fine.
see
Those
this
people
guy,
fine.
see where
That's my
his mind
problem.
is. See
My
where his
problem.
mind is.
I've never seen a Saudi woman before. Can you imagine? I don't know what
I
they
have
look like.
seen. I have seen. I mean, you see, one man. I'm not even
I
talking about
always see them
Saudi.
as fat and matriarchal sort of. That's
No,
how I see the Saudi women.
one man. I'm talking about that. You see that Arab belt? That Arab belt. The women can be so beautiful,
Yeah, they are
and
beautiful. They are beautiful.
they have the curve to go with it.
They're beautiful.
All this is even in Nigeria. All this
they will win. No, I agree with
Babaja,
you.
Babaja,
Joel, I agree with you.
Babaja. Yes, now Babaja. You know that even in Nigeria, all this is we are doing in the south. Miss Nigeria, Mister. It's because of all this Hausa Niger have not come out for contest. If they come out, they go win them every year. Every year. No, I'm being honest with you. Any time where Hausa people talk, say, man, I am done with all this religious stuff. Guy, forget it. They will monopolize that thing. I'm telling you, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth.
But the Hausas no fine, no, because the Hausas then just look like Yoruba people. It's the Fulanis that are fine. It's the Fulanis that are fine.
One man among the major tribes in Nigeria, Yoruba are the ugliest. They have the ugliest.
No. I think the Igbos are the ugliest actually.
No. I'm being honest with you.
Actually, I think the Edos. I think the Edos are the ugliest. To be honest.
Every time.
Yeah.
He go look for trouble. There's no way he will land it with trouble, sir. Where you come from, Trev? Nothing where you go say.
I heard it clearly.
But to be honest, among the three major tribes in Nigeria, right? We and the normal Hausa people, we are dragging it. But if it comes to Hausa Niger, I'll give them their way. But in the south, forget it. Igbo girls are the most beautiful. And Yorubas, Yorubas are behind. Hold on now. Yorubas are even behind. Like I tell you, Yorubas are even behind Akwa Ibom.
Go sleep, man.
No, I'm being honest with you. Yorubas are behind Akwa Ibom. It is either. Let me just.
Where you know for Yoruba land?
No, I wouldn't say the Igbos are the most beautiful. I think those women from those river states, like because they are always tall and light skinned. The Igbo women, they can be a bit stout and short sometimes.
No. You've not met Igbo women. Igbo women, they go height. See, let me tell you.
They're all over this place now. What do you mean?
No, the ones. See, one man, you know that our best are not the ones traveling. The ones that are traveling, even the men too. The ones that travel are the ugliest now. We are I mean, I know I'm handsome though, but I know some of you here are ugly, right?
Are you sure you're handsome? You with this face.
My mommy told me so, Abby. My mommy told me so.
Have you look up yourself in the mirror? You sure you're handsome?
But if you go towards like Akwa Ibom, I would say Akwa Ibom girls are beautiful, right? Per capita, I would say they are more beautiful than Igbo. But when you come about numbers, Igbo women are far beautiful. In fact, the Yorubas doesn't come close. We are far beautiful, but anytime the Hausa Niger ladies decide to come into the Nigerian show, most beautiful girl universe and all that, they will win it hands down and yearly, because in the south none of them come close. So I mean, it's just my contribution, Babaja.
I agree with you that when those people jump in, they're going to win now well, because they are very pretty. Those Arab young ladies.
Not according to Google. I just typed in which tribe has the most beautiful women. It's telling us the Ibira people are the ones they from Kogi State. According to Google, they're the prettiest Nigerians, the Ibira people.
One man. I know one of those Kogi ladies, right? I met on WhatsApp. One man.
Do you know they are Yoruba? Do you know they are Yoruba? You way they talk.
No. Those ones. Those ones are adulterated Yoruba. You can't call them. Those ones are adulterated Yoruba.
Do you know that?
I said they're adulterated Yorubas. They're not Yoruba.
Look at it. It don't change the
game. But for me, the Fulanis have the prettiest Nigerians. I think by far.
I know, but by far, one man, by far.
Yeah.
And the thing there is that they don't even show it. They don't even force it. They don't even wear all this our in that Indian Filipino
blend of the black and Arabian features. I think
Arabian feature, exactly, and their hair's natural. Everything you see on them, they don't wear all this wig now. Our women wear, and all this not too much pancake. They don't wear too much pancake. I tell you, anytime they come out, they're going to be winning it year after year.
And you will struggle to find a fat Fulani woman. You know, you struggle to find a fat one because they are not heavy on pounded. They don't heavy on pounded. They are like us. They are from breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Well, one man, Joel, you guys' definition of beauty, I think it's always streamlined. I can tell towards the European definition of beauty. You know, I heard it said last time, maybe a couple of days ago, and previous times that the Japanese women are exotic or the most beautiful, something like that. So you guys' perception and definition of beauty is very Eurocentric, which is quite interesting for those of you that want to break away from this colonial mentality. Yes, I remember this beautiful Fulani girl, going in high school. Yeah, they're very pretty. Facial wise, yes, they look beautiful, but for an African woman, it's beyond that. Do you know? I mean, for a very long time when I was much younger, you can see a pretty white lady in a magazine. She looks pretty, but there's zero attractiveness to her. I don't know if you guys are capable of making that distinction. Okay,
it means sex appeal.
No. I think
is that a medical term?
You know, there's an over accentuation with
one man calm down. You just come out and
that's what they told you, one man, over accentuation.
There's an over accentuation to the black female features that can be overwhelming, but there's a symmetry to I think you know what I mean.
No, we don't know. No, we don't. We don't know what you mean.
But one man, even that category, even that category talking about that moderately accentuated figure you're talking about. If you put a black woman next to other groups, she's the best looking. No over accentuation at all that you're talking about. She was the best fit for everything. So most of they just created by the face. Zero attractiveness. They have no attraction at all.
Yeah, but that's the Eurocentrism that you are talking about now. Because if we're looking at it from a black African prism, the standard of beauty is that over accentuation of our female features.
No.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is true. Heavy at the back, heavy at the front.
We're not even talking about that. No.
See, I wasn't even referring only to like the Hausa Fulanis. Have you seen some Fulani ladies? I'm not talking about the ones that are black, that are light skinned. I'm talking about the black Fulani ladies. Look, let me tell you, woman.
You're not talking like that. You're talking about the Awusa ladies, more likely. More
No. I'm telling you about. There are dark Fulani ladies, very dark Fulani ladies. Have you seen them? Very exotic. Look, let me tell you, Prince Daddy. Let me tell you one thing you guys don't know. Do you know that those Fulani boys that you see sell stuff in the south? Let me tell you something. Our ladies pay them to sleep with them. I am being honest with you. I'm not, this is no lie. Like I have seen it happen even while we were even in school. Our ladies drove for those men. They will tell you now that they are the most handsome in Nigeria. And it is not, if they are the most handsome in Nigeria, then their females should be
I wouldn't say
most
they are the most handsome. I would say probably in terms of, if we're talking about the male, I'll probably say the Yorubas are probably the most handsome in Nigeria.
No. One man. Look, let me tell you something. In terms
But if we're
of the
talking about
male,
females, I'll say the Fulanis.
no, one man, both male and female, man, give it to them. Give them their flowers. They are far handsome.
Joe, okay, I don't think you should be talking this category. That's just way out there. Well, you feel like the man, nah. This is like, I don't know.
I'm telling you on the average.
You should be talking in this category. And by the way, so let me tell you, you said it, the Calabar women or the Akwa women, they are very beautiful. Very, very beautiful.
I said it here now.
But the Igbo ladies say, I did a lot of Igbo women, okay, or girls. But I tell you, they have this attractiveness about them. I mean, I know not all of them are beautiful. Not all of them. Let's just be clear. But they are very attractive. They're extremely. They have this unique attractiveness to them. Okay. But when you talk about like maybe light skin or like beautiful, the Akwa Ibom girls and Calabar girls are very beautiful.
I'm not talking about being light skinned. I'm not talking about being light skinned.
You mentioned it earlier. You mentioned it earlier. But the Fulani men, they have this mate soft appearance. I mean, you're talking about a man being good looking. That's just a terrible thing to say. I mean, but anyway,
look, facially, those people win us badly. Those people beat us. Forget if you see people way past you, don't say they pass you.
No, I wouldn't say
because it's relative. What's your definition?
The Fulanis are not better looking than us, so I don't think so.
Hell no.
I think they're far. I think they're far good looking.
The women, not the guys.
Even the guys. Yeah, even the guys. If that I've not even seen your face, even your hair. I've looked at your hair. Your hair is like receding. You don't normally see that with other folks. I bet let's talk about something else. I'm telling you honestly, they are far better than
one man. By the way, one man, did you used to have like an afro back in the day?
You mean in 1802? You know, I started losing my hair when I was 21. That's when I started losing my hair. I went through that phase where you were putting on a face cap, but after a while, I just gave up. I said, look. Because the girls were still they were digging the bald head, so I just like
I just like do like a lot of beards just to compete, and the women love it more actually. They like the bald.
That's what Joel is going for now. He's going heavy with the beard because the hair is gone. Joel, you think we don't know?
One day I woke up, right, and I looked in the front of my eye. I was like, is it my skull that is, having a reshape or what is going on, right? So I looked at that and said, it's like, this dude is trying to go back, and it's going back. So what I did was, I now had to cut it low, and, embrace it. That's all I can do. And Babati, this one at the middle of your head, you now have this place that refuse to grow. Like LeBron James hair.
We're using the spray, because for me it was hard because my younger self, I had waves and I used to wear these caps and wave and everything, and to go from wavy to bald was like, man. But
what do you think about hair transplant? I'm seeing a lot of young people doing for it.
All this carpeting.
After seeing it on Pretty Boy Mayweather, it looks great. I didn't think it could look any better.
They've got it.
The technology has improved. Yes.
Oh, dude, I couldn't like Mayweather. I mean, it looks great being bald. Anyways, then when he get his hair, transplanted, like damn, that's a great job.
So not the carpet, the actual transplant thing, right?
I think that's what they did. They used a single follicle and implant it. I don't know how to do it, but
I don't know. I just for us.
Babati, this is my fear. In my philosophy class, the lady said something, and that was in 2012. She said that in the next 50, 60 years, that people will not actually believe in God because most of the things that we are trying to God to help us do must have been invented. And this is, I'm just telling you that I won't be surprised in the next like uh, 70, 80 years that people won't be dying. I'm telling you honestly, we don't know where we are
No,
going.
it's not going to happen. And if hold on, and if that statement holds true, in the next 50 years, that you said, there'll be more people depressed and more suicide committed
No,
at the same rate.
I think.
But they will find a cure to that too now. They've
No,
find
Yeah,
a
right.
Eh,
Yeah, right.
we
one man.
just be popping pills all
What
the
is
way
going
through.
on? No. What is going on is that chronic disease is better managed now, so people are living longer into their
Yeah.
90s.
That is
But
true.
but here's the problem: the system was designed for you to retire at 65 and die in the next 10 years. You're supposed to enjoy your pension for 10 years. Now people are retiring at 65 and they're still alive at 90. So you're going to bankrupt the healthcare system because that money is
Exactly.
sustainable. It wasn't meant for you to live that long anyway. So you're gonna live, but that means, so if you look at most countries in Europe and Africa, in America now, they are increasing the retirement age to like close to 70 because
70, yeah, because
yeah.
people are not dying like that again.
Yeah, so it's like you're supposed to die in 10 years now. Why are you still living 20, 30 years from now? Because we're getting better with the science. So I don't know how.
So,
Yeah,
so Babatia, are you
Because
saying the COVID was a God sent in some way?
no comment.
no, I'm not.
If that God is a China man in a lab, yes, you know.
Let me.
Are you suggesting? But let's not use. Let's call it the C word. Just for because it's a trigger word. But are you suggesting that the C word, which was a population control?
What's the C word? I don't know what C word is.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, but don't say it again. Now you know, so don't say it again because it's a trigger word.
I would not say. I would not say that. But you know, like we are going against natural law and order of things. Natural law says what the strongest are supposed to survive. That means the weaker ones die off. So if you have sickle cell, if you're weak immune system, you're supposed to die off. What happens is we provide medicines for them to stay longer. They have weak genes, right? But those people that then have kids, what happens? They produce kids with weaker cells, with weaker genes. So in one way, you're saving lives. Conversely to that, you're also producing people with weaker immune systems that are not going to be that productive anymore. So it's like, do you save lives now, pay later, or just let them die off? So I know if I say that, with people like, oh, the humanity, how dare you say that? But that is the reality. So if you want to, because if you look back at the data, people actually have weaker immune systems now compared to, even look at your own grandparents. You could tell they were stronger compared to you. You could tell like they were stronger than you. They were better. They were more healthy than you. Now you can say it's food, but it's also genetics. Because back in the days, like my grandfather, for instance, was one of 21. He was the only one that survived. Okay, it was the only one that survived.
All right, carry on amongst yourself. I am here, but not here. But carry on amongst yourself.
So the conundrum is: do you keep people alive, even if they are not supposed to ordinarily survive, because they're going to have kids? Like example, like I said, is the sickle cell thing. So we say, okay, we can't help you die off, or we're going to keep you alive, but you're going to produce somebody else that might have the same genetics because they're going to marry. So is that just the problem?
We don't. I mean, gone are the days that we rely a lot on our physical attributes for survival. I mean, why do I care if somebody has weak immune system or compromised somehow by the immune system if they have the brain, to be creative and innovative to bring about great things into this world.
But they're going to have kids too that have that. So I'm just saying that natural order of things saying the strongest survive, the weaker die. That's what it was supposed to be. But we've gone against that.
I don't think we did, Baba T. I mean, if we are to go by that, right? The source of everything that we use to sustain life as well, or to treat all of this, still come from the earth as well. So you cannot just say if
So
this person is
do
dying.
you know? Do you know why? Do you know why? One of my preceptors back in residency was a eugenics. Dr. Wang. He used to believe that the strongest, the smartest is supposed to survive. If you're a dumbass and you're supposed to die off, and he believes that. And I said, you're not supposed to share this in public, and he believes it, and he will publish papers, he will publish research about it, and he will say, and he has a strong belief about humanity only allowing the strongest and the most healthy to survive. And then you know that's his own position, but
Well. I think I will agree with him to an extent, and the reason why is that looking at America today, I believe that certain people, shouldn't have been living. I'll just be honest.
I didn't catch that joke. I
don't need to repeat it though, but
repeat it.
Never mind. I know where it's going with it.
You understand what I'm saying, right? So I just believe that because we allowed, certain people to exist, that is why we're having so much problems in this world, especially in this country, right? So we can see where we have said, okay, let's allow these people, everybody to live their life the way they want to live it. We have seen where it has gotten us to. So it is never a good idea. A society without a structure,
that kind of thinking, Joel, is what happened in Nazi Germany.
Forget Nazi Germany. Then probably Nazi Germany was a good idea.
History is bound to repeat itself.
But Prince, where do you think science and healthcare is going? The end goal is to produce quality genes and quality human beings. That way, because that's the reason why even the science now is reverting back to eugenics, because they want to catch those this early in pregnancy before you even have the baby. They will even tell you, don't have this kid before
genomics.
Yeah, don't have this kid. So that's we're going back to what Dr. Wang was saying, that eventually we will only produce high quality. Like they can even determine what is your IQ before birth. Like, don't have this kid. It's going to be tall. It's going to be dull. It's going to be this. Abortion will be. Yeah.
A lot of people, so in other words, obviously, Elon Musk children, those kind of breeds should always be protected, and poor people's children.
It's not a class argument.
But see, stop. It's going to go to class. There's nothing.
I know that will play a role where you will have exception because somebody has money. But on the average, if you just look at the way the science is, what is moving towards genomics and like Joe was talking about, it's going to be to where they will even make laws once they test that fetus in you, and they determine that does not meet their threshold, what they consider high learning or human or whatever, they will even bar you from having that kid, or they will take that baby out, and it will be legal eventually. Just watch, it's going to happen. So
it's already happening.
Babati, that's not happening though. It's started happening now. There are some tests now they run with you. No, it's happening right now. There are some certain tests they're going to run on a fetus right now, and they say probably he's coming out, he's going to be deformed or something. They will ask the mom, what's your option? Do you want us to, I don't want to use the word,
but I'm saying that eventually they're going to make it where forget option, it's going to be mandatory that you can't even have that baby.
You say it becomes the law.
Yeah, just watch. I'm telling you what's going to happen 30 years from now. Just watch. Forget the option. It's going to be like, you can't have this baby because it's going to have A, B, C, D, and E. Yes.
If that law is going to be headed by the Democratic Party, then I would say let's just leave it alone.
Of course, that's where it's going to end up at.
Because if you make that law If that law is headed by the Democratic Party,
You know,
you know
those people,
the kind of people we're going to have.
they are,
You know,
I read this thing. I think it was Prince that posted. I could not believe it, so I had to go research it. They said they were making an argument. Check this out. That abortion is even, according to this House of Rep member, abortion should be legal even after having the baby. I have never heard that before in my life. Like maybe the first month or so, you can even kill the baby off if you don't have. I said, what kind of
that one is called murder, not abortion. Now
that was
ridiculous. Now.
I said after birth.
Yes.
I said, what?
You remember Babati? Yeah, exactly. When I told people, they didn't believe that.
I didn't believe that. That was crazy. Like even after birth, maybe 1 month, you can still get rid of that child, whatever. Yeah.
Sorry, BT. I'm going to be taking the conversation to the back room in about 10 minutes. So anybody that wants to jump on now. The link is there. So carry on.
But by the way, Prince ID in one man. People always think like I'm super conservative. I'm something like someone used to call like center Democrat back in the day. But what happened is that the Democrats went so far left. People like me now appear as conservative. That's what happened. So back in the days, my first time in America, when I first go to America, Democrats as senators will be pro-gun, and they will still win elections in Democratic states. They will be pro-gun, pro-family, against abortion, and they will be Democrats, and it was okay to be that. But now you dare not say that in Democratic Party anymore. They will just, if you don't check the boxes of everything they want, you cannot be Democratic. They have really changed now. Joel of Nazareth.
Right, yeah.
It's not the same
Just
Democratic
like I
Party
said
anymore.
earlier.
It's a different.
No, right now they are very vicious. Right, they are very vicious right now. They are not.
The progressive took over the party, Joel. I think that's what happened. The progressive took over the party. Look at what they're doing to Trump now. That crazy woman in New York. My God, very vindictive, man. No. The girl that is going against Trump.
Letitia James.
Letitia.
That is just evil, man.
Do you know?
Joel, you're breaking up. Joel's line is.
Black folks in the United States are becoming far more racist. Like the kind of things that they're allowed to say today, you cannot say it as a white person.
They have become the very thing that they complain about. They have become that same
very thing that they complain about is what they are right now, right? Even the way they talk about white folks, and sometimes like I see some white women, talking about their men. There was one I came into their room, I was taking care of them all. And immediately I came in, there was a program on TV, and I was like, oh my God. So she was like, oh my God, it's nice. You know the problem we have? White men. I was like, but your dad is a white man. He was like, no, white men. So I thought probably she was saying that to please me or something.
No.
And I said, and I called her, I said, come, let me tell you. I said, the more you castigate the white man, the more you castigate yourself. Any day they look for these white men and they don't find them. You see, you white women, you guys will be scrubs. You'll be made. Because the kind of heart I see, the kind of venom I see pouring up from these people's mouths, if they get you guys, oh God,
It
shows how strongly they subscribe to the ideology. Really, it's that liberal crazy ideology.
Prince, let me ask you. Sorry, guys, to cut you off. Why is it that they can abuse whites, even Africans? Even we get that xenophobic attack from them. Like they can go after you and you can't say anything back. They will even tell you that they are allowed to be racist because they are oppressed. So therefore, you can't say anything back. I'm like, who told you that? Who told you that?
No, they'll tell that black people can be racist. I said, who told you? They said black people can be racist. I was like, wow.
Because they've not been to Africa, that's why. They're jokers. There's no. If you ask me, there's no difference between tribalism and racism. To me, there's no difference. At the end of the day, they both produce the same kind of vitriol
and hatred and wickedness to another human being. So if you think you're black and it's okay for you to be racist, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
But Prince Daddy, I think they are scared because Trump is getting stronger in the black community. I mean, I'm looking at the polls with black men. He just, the numbers keep rising every day. Even below 30, for some reason below 30. Because I was watching this interview on CNN, and they asked this black guy about the rise of Trump amongst blacks below 30. And they said that what the point is brought up, like, because they were very disrespectful. They said, "Oh, all these online Gen Zs playing video games." He said that is why, because those kids that are black are hanging out with white kids online, and they're having all these conversations when they are playing their video games on Discord channels, on Reddit, on YouTube, on Twitch. They're having all these discussions. So all this, we are black, we must vote for Democrats. When they have this conversation about Trump with their friends that are not black, they learn a lot about Trump. They learn about the policies and all those things that you don't discuss with them because you think that they're black and they're supposed to vote Democrat. And he was showing them data. Now, don't be surprised that those kids will come out and vote for Trump. So that's what I'm seeing right now, that the Democratic Party has become so toxic that they if you discuss black people, it's always black women. They never discuss the black men. Like they don't even exist at all in the Democratic Party at all. They don't even discuss them. It's just black women, and yeah.
Baba, see, did you listen to the interview between Anna? What's her name? Is Anna Coulter? Anna Coulter and what's this guy? This host again. So they were just talking about, generally they were talking about the shooting. You know the shooting that happened in Nashville, right?
Yeah.
And the shooting that also took place during the parade, in Kansas, right? So the question was like, we've not even seen the people that did it. Anna said, yes, we know who did it. No, we know who did not do it. So they were like, what do you mean by that? They said, yeah, it's not a white male. If it's a white male, the face would have been out already. So if the face is not out, it means that it's either the person is black or is a transgender. And everybody started laughing.
It was trans, right? It was a trans guy that did it, right?
No, the trans guy did it in Nashville. Until date, they did not release the person's name. They could not even tell us. They were even telling us it's a white male, right? They were telling us it's a white male. Instead of telling us it's a trans lady.
Joe, give me a small window just to shut it. Acknowledge the super chatters. Olatubosun or Shunleti, he kicked it off. Ayo, as you know, always gets a mention. So that's Ayo twice right there, and Lato Rich. So those were the compliments for today. Thank you to all those. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.